What's up, everybody? What's up, Mark B, Speedster Vlog, Johnny Davenport, George Whitfield, Kenneth Hale? What's happening tonight? I've been stripping wire all day. Now, the thumbnail's kind of clickbait. That big pile right there is actually aluminum wire, but I did strip a pile just as big as that. That's 500 MCM. I stripped a bunch of 600 MCM copper this morning, which is in this. Let's see if I can turn this around. Which is in that bin over there. And I still have all that wire down over there is copper that I'm going to strip tonight. What's up, John Daly? What's up, Michelle and Amelia? Out there with the drunks tonight? What's up, Fart Stack Jack? What's up, Mike? Henry? What's up, AK Productions? Is that like AK-47 Productions? What's up, Connor? Shout out from Romania. What's up, dude? What about the copper price? I just called for a price today. $3.90 a pound. $3.90 a pound for bright and shiny. Mike, you emailed me? Yeah, I got to check my email. I actually got to send out some shirts. I've been crazy busy, man. That's why I haven't been able to drop a video. I got 5. What am I hearing? I got 5 or 6 videos my editor just dropped me off. What's up, Romatic? Mark B, Ed Weber. What's up, Jim from East Tennessee? Yeah, copper's going up, man. And that extruded or extrusions, I got $1.05 a pound for extrusion yesterday. And I got a price on this today that's $1.10 a pound for that aluminum. That's the highest I've ever gotten for it. Let's strip. This is not a Q&A. We are going to strip it. I wanted to show you guys something because earlier today I was stripping this wire. I had a bunch of spools of this wire, and it's a weird wire. It is stranded, but it's like really thick strands. It's almost like a small solid core, a bunch of it. But this wire is burnt and like melted almost. Like even though my stripper machine, with this particular size wire, I have to run it through the cutter and then crush it on the backside with the flat rollers. Normally, burnt wire, that machine, since it flattens it, it would pretty much peel it, right? And liberate the copper from the plastic. Not this stuff, man. My arms are sore, actually, from pulling wire earlier today. You'll see in a video coming, probably going to be a minute, man. I probably got 10 videos coming before stripping this wire. So the video I did today actually started yesterday or the day before. It's going to be another one of those like that one I titled, what was it? The scrap. What was it? The Road Warrior one, the play on the Road Warrior. Oh, Mad Scrapper and the Road Warrior. Man, the past 2 days, I literally picked up 3 trailer loads of scrap. Like in that, but this time I picked up a ton of copper wire along with it. Some big boy stuff, man. Some nice stuff. Let's see. Fart Stack Jack, you're a black man? Well, thanks for watching this white man show. Greetings from Germany. What's up, Ed? Eric Smith? Mark B. Tariffs might take it higher. I hope so. I hear we may break $5 a pound. Yeah, I hope so. $5.85 for Bear Bright in Ontario. Is that Canadian dollars or American dollars? Oh, what's up? By the way, what's up, Dave? Thanks for coming in from Ontario, Canada. When am I going to finish the big forklift? Matter of fact, I was just in that bay today, trying to make some room. I got so much stuff in front of that bay right now. I have to get that stuff out of there so I can actually get in and out of there. Yes, I still have the incinerator. What's up, Tyler? It's working hard, man. What's up, Steven from Alabama? What's up, Sliced Rice? The plan tonight is to strip a shitload of aluminum, and maybe we might get back on the copper I got over there. But I wanted to show you guys. Years ago, I made a video. I think it's titled, I made 2 videos. One was how to strip copper wire like a pro. And I was showing how I stripped copper wire with the big wire stripper and my unspooler. Which you actually see that unspooler, the donut maker, in a video come at me and Oliver stretched wire all the way out to the road and was stripping miles. But then I made a follow-up video of how to hand strip copper wire like a pro. And in that video, I showed you guys how to strip burnt wire and make the burnt plastic come off of the copper like butter. I don't know if any of y'all that are watching now, hey, what's up, Adam, have seen that video, but it's definitely a good video for anybody that hand strip wire. And that's when I first introduced my fillet knife. At the time, I had a different one. This one, John Daly bought me. I actually had to just sharpen it. This thing gets a lot of use almost daily over here. More repairs on a small fork. I'm hoping next week. Usually the week, like right up until and after I have to pay my rent, is crazy around here. It's kind of like when all my customers call me. It's weird. Like they all call me within a 2-week period. Hey, I'm live, dude.
Oh.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
You working?
I'll come around.
All right. Hey, Steve. Steve's stopping by. Aluminum is crazy good here in East Tennessee. Are you going to start making donuts again? Possibly. The thing about the donuts is the reason I was making them is I didn't have any bins or anything to hold the copper at the time. So I would just make the donuts and wrap it. It was easy for me to move it, but it takes a little bit of, when am I working on that trailer? There's so much stuff I need to do. Hopefully soon, man. But anyway, Yeah, the copper is my. You know what? I have to make. I'm going to make some more copper donuts. I was actually thinking about making one with this aluminum, but I don't know. Oh, the donut maker's right there. It's just going to be easy for me to get in that bin, man. Um, when am I going to fire Steve? Steve really, I mean, he just kind of comes and goes. You know, if he's around, he can work. Um, Copper prices suck in South Carolina and North Carolina. I always thought that was crazy that, you know, the copper exchange is one price. And you got the brokers and the exporters and then the local scrap yards. It's like, it should be relatively close everywhere. It's crazy how from one point in Florida, if I go to the West Coast, it's such a different. Like I literally bought some wire over there the other day and doubled my money on it. More than doubled my money because I was able to buy it at such a lower price. I paid higher than the local market, but way less than what I would have paid over here. Number one is $385 in West Tennessee. Wow, that's pretty good price, man. I got quoted $390 today. So anyway, as I was saying, in that video where I was showing how to hand strip copper wire, I showed how to strip burnt copper really easy. Now I'm going to show you, I'm going to run a piece of this through the wire stripper real quick, and I'm going to show you how tough this wire is and why that method, you're going to see the method and it's going to blow your mind if you haven't already seen it. And then I'll show you, or I'll tell you how I came about learning that method. I totally forgot I set the machine up for a different size wire. I stripped like a mile of thinner stuff. Where's my cutters? Now I got the machine all jacked off. All right, it kicked the wire to the side, but it did cut down the face of it, right? And it flattened it. The problem is the plastic is so hard. This is what I was dealing with all day, or at least while I was stripping this wire earlier, right? It's really tough. Now, that actually did an okay job. You see how crusty that wire looks? Okay. Now, because the machine flattened it, the rest of this will have to go through the other thing. But I had to force this wire like all day, man. All of that wire. And it's actually You'll notice one thing, it looks green and corroded. This piece is actually kind of better than some of the other stuff I had. I gotta go get some more of that wire real quick. So I gotta dial that machine in. I got a little pile of it right here. Let me get this thing closed. Totally forgot I changed the machine. I had it dialed earlier for this wire, but it doesn't do much when it's that burnt. This wire's just so burnt, man. All right. Oh. That's what I'm missing. All right. That's better. See that? So that's actually a better section of the wire. Actually, I think that's a different wire altogether. Yeah. This is the tough stuff. Now, it's stripping, but you can see there's pieces of rubber or plastic. I don't know if that's coming in. Still stuck to the wire, okay? And this machine does a pretty good job, but there's still, if it wasn't crushing it on the backside, it would be extremely hard to do that with a wire stripper that was like a one-pass setup. So I'm going to show you a little trick I learned. And how I learned how to do this came from my experience from cutting concrete. We used to have a thing called a wire saw. It was like this, almost about the size of a bobcat. And it just had a big wheel on the front with a bunch of smaller pulleys. And you would wrap this steel cable around the wheel and then out to a transition jig, or basically we used it to cut the giant pillars of bridges or cut the beams of bridges. You could wrap this cable around anything and just spin it, and you back this track machine up, and it would pull the wire through whatever you wanted to pull it through, steel, concrete, whatever. It didn't matter. The wire, basically every inch had a diamond nugget, like a diamond blade, a little spring with injected like rubber, and then another nugget. It was like $100 or $200 a foot for this cable. It was really expensive. But what we used to do, so we didn't get flat spots on the wire, was twist it up with a drill. And let me show you stripping this by hand, how difficult it would be. We're just going to put a couple of them in here. And then what I learned to do with this wire, and the main thing is you got to make sure you strip 100% of the wire off that end, and then 100% of it off the other end. You know, like strip back 2 inches or whatever. Now, if you got a lot of this burnt wire, you're going to run it way out, like 20 plus feet, which normally I don't like doing, but the process, and you only want to do this if you really want to get all the copper or you got nothing better to do, okay? You want to strip the other side 100%, okay? I'm going to show you how to do this by hand, then I'm going to run a piece through the wire stripper and show you the difference. Like, you don't want to be doing this with a bunch of small pieces unless you have to. You want to run it out as far as you can, okay? And what you're going to do is take your drill, and you're going to chuck the other end up in the drill. I actually show this in the video, so if anyone doesn't see the live stream, they'll see it. And you want to, like you're drilling in a screw, same direction that the wires turn. And this is what it's going to do. It's going to shorten up, and it's going to make the wire fatter. And it's going to basically push the insulation right out of the grooves. And you'll see the wire get hard. Okay? Now, I probably should be wearing gloves. Now, when I used to strip wire by hand, I would always kind of like strip back to the vise and then run it back like this. And I'm using this hand to pull the knife. I'm not doing anything but twisting the knife like this to get the angle right with this hand. You don't want to be cutting your hand. Okay, now look at this. I got a good cut on that. Always, sometimes at the end, you might need to do that. But you might need to even get yourself a good start here. This is really burnt stuff. See? It's like sticking to the wire here. Okay, I'm fighting that. Now watch this. One of these I'm going to run in the stripper. This one, I'm going to cut it here, run it back. Now look at this. It's coming right off. It's literally almost wanting to fall off, okay? Now I'm going to run this other one through the stripper. But another thing this does is it kind of, this is the same wire. It's hard to tell, but it almost looks cleaner. Like that twisting knocked a lot of the, or probably just hid a lot of the corrosion. It makes the wire look cleaner. Your yard will probably give you less problems with that, you know, than with that right there. And like I said, you want to do this in long runs, but it don't matter how burnt the wire is. I've never had it not just come right off. Let's run this other one through the wire stripper. Now, look at that. It effortlessly is coming off. There is an absolute night and day difference between doing it that way and fighting it. If you were just running it through. Okay, just running it through like that. I'm fighting it. Now that is stripping it, but man, that is tough. If you didn't have a wire stripper that will crush the wire on the backside, it's not going to be an easy task. The needler, I was running some of this through the other wire stripper, and it was a tough. It was tough, man. I fought with a lot of this wire today. I was pretty much over it to the point where I had another coil of it, and I had already cut it in small pieces, and I didn't want to sit there and do that to every one of them, so I just threw it in with the insulation. I'm getting 270 or 280 maybe. It's almost $3 a pound right now for insulated wire. What's up? See you scrapping? Yeah, I got those prices today. South Florida is crazy, man. The local yards are like $3.70 a pound for number 2 and $3.90 a pound for number 1 is what I get in Miami. But the local yards are paying like 20 cents less a pound than that. To clean your wire, you just burn it. Well, I guess if you can get away with it. Scrapyard told Harry Hunter, Scrapyard told you to hoard your wire. Yeah, I mean, I wish I could sit on wire, but I got to turn and burn, dude. I got to make some money. If you had the monthly bills I had, you'd understand. Like that, just this place here is $550 a month, and that's not including everything else. I mean, it literally takes me almost $8,000 a month just to operate, which is insane. What's up, Scrappy Dappy Doo? Would they downgrade it to number one instead? Yeah. I mean, most of the time they don't bother me. I only had them. They actually paid me for Bright and Shiny, but I saw them. They dumped it out and separated it. It was some really crusty stuff, man. The burnt stuff that's black really doesn't bother them as much as the stuff that has a lot of green corrosion on it, because that's like a lot of stuff. Use a fillet knife because of this. Yeah, if you know how to, to me, the fillet knife is just much easier, especially if you're stripping small stuff. It gets a little tough with the bigger wire, like this aluminum wire I got sitting over here. The fillet knife, unless you put that wire outside and let the sun bake on it, it'd be hard to go through that thick plastic. And typically, I've found that for whatever reason, aluminum wire has like a thicker, harder plastic than number one. We use a wire stripper. It's quick. Well, obviously, it's quicker to use a wire stripper, but some people don't have that luxury, man. Some people don't get enough to have it. Do an old-fashioned way that killed your hand in late life. Yeah, I don't strip wire like that anymore. I mean, I got two really nice wire stripping machines. The only thing I really use this knife for now is to cut the tape on the spools, or the cut through the. Sometimes they got zip ties. Maybe Steve went to go get pizza. I wish he would. That dude owes me a horchata. He's working on some cars for the guy next door. My yard calls burnt wire number 2 copper, not Brad Bright. Yeah. You're not sure you'd even bother stripping it? Well, it all depends, man. I mean, back in the day, I stripped every bit of wire. I mean, I stripped Romex, all the way down to the thinnest wire. Like now I call it at, there's a certain gauge where I just, it's not worth it. I can spend my time doing something else and make the, make more money doing something else than the time it takes to strip all that really, really thin stuff. Now, the big wire I stripped earlier today, man, it was thicker than that aluminum. Although I do have a piece of aluminum over here. It's the biggest aluminum wire, biggest wire in general I've ever seen. I think it's like 1,000 MCM. So this is 600 MCM aluminum, and that's 1,000. I don't even know if that'll fit in my stripper. I mean, it probably will. Oh, we got plenty of room. But we're going to have to jack that all the way up. So the guy told me this is what FP&L brings into the transformer. And then they branch it off with their 600th and whatever they were doing. Need to be careful breathing that crap in. Yeah. Copper tariffs coming. What's up, Judy Beckner? It's been a while. AT&T was also just pulling the 4200 pair out of the ground all week. It's huge and heavy. What is AT&T? What is that? What the heck is this? Got an ant. Romex isn't worth stripping. Yeah, so I actually had some Romex in here that was pretty thick, and I was on the fence of whether I was going to strip, and I just decided not to. I get a really good price for it, almost close to a number one insulated price, so I just sell it off. See you scrapping, you stop at 16 gauge. Prices for insulated are decent enough to let it go as. Yeah, you got to think about your time, man. That stuff is tedious. And even as fast as my wire stripper is, and the fact that it pretty much, you could do a one pass setup, it's tough, man, you know, to make that call. Now, if I had like a shredder and my granulator going, I'd strip it all still. As a matter of fact, that's what I used to do, man. Man, I had 2 wire strippers, not this second one, but I had a homemade one that I would dial in for solid core. Then I had the big stripper, and I had my granulator. And then, you know, we'd have piles of wire like that. And I had a guy, he would stretch it out for me. And the smaller stuff, I would just feed the granulator and listen to it. You know, you can only feed it so fast. So I would listen to it run. And then while it was chewing it down, I was feeding the other 2 machines as fast as I could. You want to talk about blowing through piles of copper fast, man. You can watch some stuff disappear running 3 machines. Do I ever come across undersea cable? No. I've seen some pieces of it down in Miami, but we don't get a lot of that down here. You've been watching, but you haven't responded because you've been running an old iPad that couldn't respond. Yeah, I got an iPad. You know what's crazy? I got an iPad, and I swear they do things to it to make it glitchy, non-responsive, so that you just want to go get a new one. Like, there's absolutely nothing wrong with this iPad. It's never been dropped. It's always been in a case, and I just leave it on the shelf to run music in my shop. But it's like, it's so slow, and it's not like I even have anything on it. I think they just want me to get a new one. AT&T is supposed to remove 100,000 pounds of lead shielded copper or cable from Lake Tahoe. Your yard's looking to get a granulator? Yeah. Planned obsolescence. Yeah. It's like with the phones, man. They get glitchy. I try to keep my phones, like my one phone has got 5 screens on it. I dropped it and broke 5 screens, even with a screen protector. When did they start running ads on live streams? I don't know. I set them up the same way I've always set them up. Don't update the operating system. It can't handle the updates. That's funny you say that, because I tried to update it, figuring that was the problem, and it wouldn't even. It said it's not even compatible with an update or something like that. What's up, Nick? Is your wife? Is whose wife? Is my stripper custom or did I buy it? I did buy it used and in pieces. It's funny, that main stripper I used, I paid less than the one bolted to the side of it. I paid $250 for my main stripper, but I've modified it. It's definitely modded. And then the one bolted to the side, it's actually vertical. It's supposed to be horizontal. I paid $500 for that machine, and I barely use it. But it is, you know, like today I used it because I flattened, like I just flattened a bunch of that copper. The only way, you can't run it back through that machine. The only way to get the copper out, I can run it through that other machine. And that machine is great for certain things, but it makes needles, man. You're going to needle the crap out of stuff. Pizza tonight? I actually have some pizza in the fridge that I bought yesterday. You'd like to meet in person one day? Maybe I'll have an open shop day. I don't think I have very many like local. Most of my viewers are from elsewhere. What am I hearing? I'm hearing some weirdness going on. Anyway, I'm going to set this machine up to strip this aluminum. It's actually going to go really fast. I think I can get this table close. Make sure I'm not ripping any wires out of the wall or anything. I had this all cleaned up for aluminum. And I stripped this copper. Okay. I'm going to throw this on the table over here. Man, I stripped so much of that wire not realizing how burnt it was. And then since it was already on the table, I sat there and pulled it, man, and it was just like fighting me every step of the way. It's not something I'm used to because I'm used to dialing this machine in and literally either just falling off or you're just picking up clean copper or aluminum, whichever you're stripping. See. Man, look at that. I cut into that so hard, it made the wire a smaller size. Now we're down to like a 400 MCM. All right. We got to go all the way up with these. I'm going to bring the hydraulic cutter over here and chomp up this pile a little bit. That's what I'm talking about. One of the best investments ever, man. The heck is my power? Look at this wire. It still has the tag. That was brand new, never used. You know how much of that stuff I get that's like brand new, never used wire? It even baffles me. But, you know, they'll have a wire, it'll be extra, or the job will change, or it's too short. And a lot of times they get them cut certain lengths. You can't return it. And, you know, it just sits around. So these people just sell it off. Tired of it being in their way. This is what I use this knife here for almost daily. Cutting the tape. I'll tell you what, this wire, any wire, small, big, whatever, if it can find a place to get jammed, find a hole, it'll find it. And it always does. That little piece got stuck in that 2x4 steel. figured that was going to happen. I don't think I can loosen this up enough to let that piece. Like what's happening here is those springs, there's a spring within a spring, and that smaller spring has bottomed out. Interesting. I mean, that is like 80% of the hole. big wad of tape. So didn't like that. Oh. Okay. Brand new. Look at this. It's like a giant piece of coaxial or something. It's not even like, it just feels so light. It's not the same, whatever it is. Oh! That's why you don't go more than 80% of the hole. It's got all kinds of roping. I've never even seen a piece of this before. I don't know what it is. Oh, whatever it is, it's sticky. And it made me throw my belt. Okay. What the freak is happening here? Oh, this stuff's nasty. Look at that. Oh, is that copper in the middle? I don't know if that's copper or that's some type of aluminum coated. Oh, my hands are all sticky. No, man, that's copper. That's got a piece of solid copper down in the middle. It's like solid aluminum, some type of foam, and then that's solid copper. Not sure what that is. Probably should be wearing gloves. That's going to be fun. I'm going to go rinse my hands. It's kind of sticky. Look at that crazy mess. Now, normally, I wouldn't do that. Like run really long pieces, but it's aluminum. And in a situation like this, what you want to do is try to find the last couple pieces you were running and start from there and pull it right off the top. It actually ain't that bad. It'll go right, and the fact that I'm just going to throw it in that bin, it's actually going to go pretty quick. See what's up here. Where do I usually buy copper spools? I buy all my scrap from electrical contractors. Do I appear at trade shows? Huh. No, I don't. But that's an interesting. I don't know. Do they even have scrap trade shows? I remember when I was cutting concrete, they would have the World of Concrete in Las Vegas. My boss would go to every year. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure every industry has. There's probably a recycling thing. Do I miss the days of making copper donuts? Yeah. I'll make some. I was actually considering making a donut. Matter of fact, next time I get some big, thick MC in here, I'll make a nice donut. Maybe even a double or triple donut. The double donut was awesome. Dag, it's snowing. Scrapping on the fly. Where you at, dude? What's up, Randy? Randy Dobson. First time I seen you on a stream. Does my wife have a name? Wife? I wonder if it has a name. Well, you talking about my wire stripper? It's called the Copper King. You're funny, Adam. So, well, the problem I was having with that aluminum, there was a bunch of 600 in there mixed in with the 500, and this machine, it shows where it's from. Okay, the build quality from the original manufacturer is not top notch. Okay, so there's certain holes that there should be a hole in between, because like if I put that 600 through the same hole I put that 1,000 through, it would just be walking all over the place. And then I put it in the same hole the 500 went in, and it fits. But the problem is I can't unadjust the springs, loosen them up far enough to where it's not just plowing through the aluminum. There's going to be a lot of needles in there on that 600. Is this going to be another 5-hour stream? Nah, I don't think so, man. Going to scrapyard tomorrow. 150 pounds of copper, 8 pounds of aluminum wheels, and some ACR. Yeah, I'm going to try to make it to the scrapyard tomorrow. I got 600, almost 700 pounds of bright and shiny I stripped earlier today. And then I have you. Wait till you see the amount of aluminum I have. Lights, light fixtures, piles of it. The whole front of my shop is just full right now. I picked up a couple trailer loads. Copper King looks like it was struggling with some of that. Some of that stuff was, well, I don't know what that thing over there was, but one reason it was struggling is because the wire was coming through the backside and just plowing into that big bird's nest. But it pushed it all. I mean, I was feeding it. You can pretty much feed that machine as fast as you can. If they have recycling equipment shows, I'd like to go to one. And then maybe one day I can debut a proper wire stripper that would put everybody's shit to shame. You can't triple donut a donut. That was a fun video. I think Oliver was helping me with the beginning of that video. That video was crazy because I was unspooling copper. I think that's the video where I set up a block, like a pulley block, and I had the wire being unspooled over there, coming into a pulley block, back around and into the wire stripper. It was crazy. Looks really dangerous, the wire stripper. I can remember when you got it. So I didn't have a YouTube when I got that wire stripper. I got that in my last shop. Like if you go back and watch my early videos with my granulator and those first videos before COVID and I went and worked from home. That's when I had that machine. I wish, you know what? I think I was in that shop for 2 years and I started YouTube like my last 2 months in there or 3 months. I don't remember, but I should have started YouTube when I first got that shop. I had so much fun in there, man. And the amount of transformers I was going through in that shop was incredible. It was right at the back end, like right where LEDs really started coming in. So I was still getting tons of lighting maintenance stuff. And I was starting to get trailer loads of lights. Like the trailer loads of lights I get now is nothing. Like I was getting them every that pile's creeping. I was getting those trailer loads all the time. Do I get a good price for copper? I mean, $3.90 a pound. When's your next big stator motor transformer shipment coming? Oh, I've already had a couple of them in here, man. You'll see some videos coming up here soon. Some big boys. Not as big as that 9,000 pound one, but I had a It was over 3,000 pounds just on one of them. Some monster stuff, dude. I got a bunch of stuff still left over that I need to process. And I have some things I need to run through the incinerator. I got a bunch of I'm actually going to bring the kiln back. In that last live stream, when am I dropping the next video? Maybe tomorrow. I have a whole bunch of videos that I just need to scrub through that the editor edited. I always got to kind of preview them. And then I realized that there's like a video missing. I don't like dropping videos out of sequence. It kind of screws things up, in my opinion. And then I realized I'm like scrubbing through this video, and I'm like, I'm talking about stuff that doesn't make sense. And I'm like, oh, there's a whole like 2 videos that I didn't drop that I'm supposed to drop before these. So the video is like 5 hours of footage. I'm going to have to break it in 2 pieces. And that's why, it takes me a long time, because I literally video. A lot of times I'm videoing a day or 2's worth of work, and I got to try to squeeze that into like an hour. I think maybe I'll try and break it up. It's funny. Every time I do a short video, I get mixed reviews. Oh man, I love the shorter content. And then some people be like, oh, it was over too quick. I don't know. So 40 minutes, 30 minutes. You'd watch them if they were long? Well, I mean, I got 5 hours of footage to scrub through and, get that down. That's not a live stream. I did a 5-hour live stream last time. What are we on here? An hour and 21 minutes? I'm kind of wondering how much that aluminum is. Now, I got some more aluminum over there, a big coil, but it's like there's 4 or 5 wires up in the middle of it. So what I'm going to have to do is whack that thing in half and then run it through the machine to cut the case off, and then dial it in for the small sizes. Over too quick is a compliment. Yeah. I should have live streamed earlier, but I literally had this big green thing was full with all that aluminum, all the copper, and then a bunch of Romex. So I just took it and I just flipped it over in this huge monster pile right here and just kind of sorted through it, pulled out all the big stuff. The bottom of that thing is heavy. I think 500 pounds of that was 600 MCM. You mentioned the incinerator. Is that something you got working these past 2 months? The incinerator always worked. I mean, when I picked it up, gosh, I don't even know how long I've had the thing, but when I picked it up, it was in work, and the guy said it worked. They were just getting a new one. And then it sat out here for months. I didn't know what to do with it. And then one day I just fired it up. It fired right up. Everything started up and worked great. Will I ever hire someone full-time to help you? Well, the problem with that is I don't have like full-time work. I'd have to get some more customers, I'd like to. Like if I had full-time work, I think Oliver would have just stayed working here. But when I met him, he had a part-time job, and it was perfect because I only had part-time work. And then, it's hard because when I have to go pick up material, I'm not here all day. And unless someone knows what they're doing, you could, it's hard because even with Oliver and Steve, like, they don't know when to stop. Like, okay, we're not going to break this down all the way because it's not worth it. You're not going to gain anything from going that extra step. The different materials, what the process is on certain things, and that's just something that comes with, me scrapping for 15 years now. When I'm here working with someone and I can say, hey, this is what we're doing. You're going to do this step, and this step. And I can make sure that they're doing boom, boom, boom. Yeah, that's one thing. Doing the lights, it's like me, I know like the cast aluminum. And I know not everybody gets to turn in cast aluminum with a couple screws in it, but I'd leave my it's 3 to 6%, really, 3-5%, whatever. I make sure that I don't take every screw. You got to know when to stop. Or, if you got one piece, and say you got 1,000 pounds of aluminum, and you got one piece that's just got a bunch of gnarly steel that you can't get off. I'm like, I look at it as the whole load as 3%. So on 1,000 pounds, you should be able to have 30 pounds of iron in there. So if that thing has like a pound of steel on it, who cares? Throw it in there. I've never, ever, ever had them complain about my cast in Miami. And I send some questionable stuff sometimes. But looking at the single piece, you'd be like, yeah, that's, probably more of an iron aluminum. But when you're looking at 1,000-pound load, to me, in the big scheme of things, it doesn't really matter. So, like, you leave a lot on yours for your 6%? Yeah, man. But, and then, like, one, you got to be able to trust people. And just, if I'm not here, I don't necessarily want people in my shop that I don't know. And, like, a lot of my equipment that I have, I've built. And it's dangerous. I'm not going to lie and say, oh, this is the safest shit you've ever seen, even though we're all about safety around here. Someone can get hurt in here, and if you don't know what you're doing, if you're, I'd just be afraid if I'm not here, someone messed themselves up real quick with that wire stripper. I mean, I've even had close calls where I've gotten myself wrapped up in the wire. I've literally had that thing drag my leg up into the machine one day. The reason that thing has a clutch, it about took my middle finger off, drug it right to the machine. I turned it off and it still pulled. The motor was winding down, but it was still pulling. And I'm thinking, I grabbed it and I pulled as hard as I could, but it was still pulling me in. Someone, God forbid if that was Oliver, it might have taken his whole hand off. Who knows? Safety has left the building. So it's hard for me. Now, if I had like people dropping off scrap, I mean, maybe someone could be here running a scale or so. I don't know, man. It's just a tough situation. And all of the issues I've had in the past with so-called partners, people working for me, it's just always an issue, man. And I've always, at some point, I've gotten to the point where I'm like, screw it, man. I'm just going to do it myself. Like, I don't need the headaches of dealing with other people. And it's tough, man, because it puts a lot more work on me. Now, I like when, I have Oliver in here or Steve in here and we're knocking shit out, but it's like, I kind of got to be here to set the pace, and make sure. And there's because of the way this layout is and what we do, there's like a process you have to go through. You got to know where to start. You got to think ahead. Okay, what are we going to do with the stuff when we get to this? Otherwise, you'll just have a freaking mess and you'll gridlock yourself in. And then it could be a nightmare, man. You know, it would definitely have to be like the right person. So I don't know. I do need some help, though. I'm looking for some part-time help in the middle of the week. And that's tough for me, too, because like I said, if I go out and say I'm heading to Miami to sell scrap and I'm picking up down in Miami, I might be gone all day, you know? So if I do work, it'll be later in the evening. And then having someone on call like that is tough. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just destined to work by myself. True responsible metalwork keeps two on the floor. Takes time to master the environment. Yeah. Yeah, and even like me being in here by myself a lot of times, you know, I got to be careful. Now, I look at this like kind of easy stuff. My last job when I was cutting concrete and doing demolition, I used to be in some really sketchy situations, you know, spinning, you know, big hand saws, big blades. We used to spin 20, 24-inch hand saws. I have to hold them big ass hydraulic saws, pick them up over my head. You know, big hydraulic chainsaws that cut through anything. We'd be on ladders cutting with that stuff. You got to worry about, you're going to fall off the ladder. Is the concrete going to pinch? You know, spinning the big hydraulic track saws. You got to worry about breaking the blade off the hub and the blade flying somewhere. Cutting bridges. You got to make sure you don't cut the bridge out from under yourself, you know. I've been in some really sketchy situations doing demolition, demoing old buildings that are like cracking up and failing. So this type of work is easy for me because I as dangerous as it looks like things are going on over here, I am paying attention to what I'm doing, you know, and I'm kind of quick on my feet, and you know, and it's just with time, man. You do things, you get kind of skilled at it, you know. I run my own business, luckily with my significant other, but dealing with other people in business not on the same wavelength is the worst. Exactly, man. And I've had it right out the gate. My first partner ever, which started out in the transformer recycling. He was an electrician, alcoholic, on pills. I thought he was just a drunk at first. But later, as I got, you know, to realize what was going on, he was on pills and whatever else he can get high with. And then another alcoholic. And then the dude, Brian, that used to work for me, he's actually in one of the first videos I put out. I think it's called How to Break Transformers the Easy Way, and then How to Break Transformers the Hard Way. There's two videos. That dude, I mean, I'm not trying to out someone, but he had a problem smoking crack. And I couldn't have that around me. I couldn't have what I built, the money I was making, be used to destroy someone's life and put money in the hands of some scumbag drug dealer that doesn't care about you. And, you know, I used to work the shit out of that dude. We used to work day and night, and he'd disappear and come back broke the next day. And it's like, I can't do it, man. I tried to help him many times. And another time I had a guy, he worked at an electrical warehouse, like a supply house, and seen all this crazy stuff I was bringing in, brand new stuff in the box, you know, used good used stuff. He's like, oh, I can sell it. I'm like, okay, let's do something. And I wound up buying all this. I spent a lot of money buying all this stuff, set up a website, paid all this money to set up a website and all this stuff. And then the guy ghosted on me. So I got pissed. I scrapped everything. And then he comes around like, you know, a couple weeks later, oh, hey, man, I'm ready to do business now and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, you didn't even return my phone call. What makes you think I want to do business with you? You know? And then just like, I don't know. It's not just about scrap. Like a lot of the things that I do, man, you got to be mechanical. You got to be. I almost need like a mechanic, engineer, fabricator. It's like it's hard. You had an alcoholic work with you for a while, never again. Yeah, dude, that's the worst, man. In the food industry and metalworking industries, it's rampant. The alcoholism and addiction, unfortunately. I mentioned before, my best friend dad had a metal shop. Too many stories of employees. Yeah, I'll tell you what. When I cut concrete, I worked for a nationwide company, the second biggest company in the whole country. I was probably the only operator that didn't drink or do some crazy drugs. I mean, at the time I smoked weed, but that was like nothing compared to what these other guys were doing. And I'm talking about we're on big jobs, man, demoing bridges, buildings. I mean, my boss knew that I was pretty clean, so I would be the one to go to, like, if we had to go to Disney, they drug test you right on the site, before they even let you. Or I worked at a couple nuclear power plants or Air Force bases, and sometimes they'll just randomly drug test you, or they'll tell you straight up before you even start the job, you got to take a safety course. You know how many times I've sat through safety courses, which I think is funny. All the people that tell me how dangerous my stuff is, like, you have no idea how much safety training I've been through in the 10 years I cut concrete. Some of the, I mean, the railroads, when you have to take a test and pass it to work around railroad stuff. I used to have a TWIC card, a transportation workers ID credential or whatever. That gets you into like secure areas at the ports and stuff like that. So I had to hold credentials and stuff to get in these high-end jobs. And my boss would always send me. I got to do a lot of cool stuff just because he knew I could pass drug tests. And I wasn't going to show up drunk or whatever. And I got no problem with anybody doing anything. I'm not sitting here preaching, telling nobody, dude, just as long as it doesn't affect your job or whatever, but it always, like, people always took it to an extra. It's like that dude, you see him in my outro, the guy that flipped the trike at the end. And unfortunately, he's no longer with us. He OD'd. The dude was cool as shit, man. We got along. We were having a blast, man. And then one day I seen him and there was something off about him. Now I could tell right away, man. I don't drink or do drugs. And he was sitting there talking to me and he was just whacked out of his mind. I could see it in his eyes, his facial expression, the way he was talking. He was 100% not the person I had seen the day before. And then he lied right to my face about being high. And then, that's what, the devil got a hold of him and he couldn't handle it. And that's sad because he was a cool dude and we were supposed to do a lot of things together. He was actually supposed to be my editor. He was going to edit all the videos. He was really, really good with computers and social media stuff. He had a big following on Instagram for some homo stuff like yoga and some vegan BS or whatever. If you're vegan, whatever, if you like eating plants, it's fine. But I mean, I kind of wondered about him one time. I thought maybe he might be like at the male strip club or something. I don't know. But it's unfortunate that drugs and alcohol can just ruin stuff. Depends on what type of alcoholic. Yeah, I've known many functional alcoholics. Like, I worked with a lot of people at concrete cutting where they drank every day, but they got up, they did their job, and at 3, 4 o'clock when the job was open, they start drinking. There's nothing wrong with that. But drink. I've worked with guys where they would drink hot beer in the middle of the day, like reach behind their seat, pull out a hot beer and just drink it. That's kind of pushing it, man. Some drink in the moment they wake up, some drink after they finish work. Which type matters? I mean, when you finish, like, you shouldn't be drinking at work, for one, especially if you're working around machinery. But, you know, and it depends on what you're doing. Man, when I was a kid and I worked at a restoration shop, my boss, who was like, this guy taught me so much, and pretty much all the mechanical and machine and stuff that I know. Um, he would paint cars. Like, his paint job is just to spray the paint, like not the body work, nothing, just spraying the paint and buffing it out with like 10 G's. Okay, concourse show finish jobs. You know what I'm saying? And he would drink one beer before he started, just to take the edge off, and he produced flawless paint jobs. Man, it was incredible. But he didn't drink all day and like get trashed. How did I get started? By getting stuff to scrap. I was working. This was 2008. I was working cutting concrete, and that dag housing market crashed of '08. I went from working 60 hours a week to like 20 hours a week. And my original first partner was a friend of mine, well, so-called friend of mine. I was at his house one day welding something on a dump truck or something, and he had a pile of transformers by his door. He was an electrician. That's what he did for 20 years. And I asked him, I never seen one before. I'm like, what are those? And he goes, oh, I've been meaning to ask you about these or talk to you about these. He knew I could like fabricate, and I was good at mechanical stuff. And he goes, if we can figure out a way to get the copper out of these, they're worth a lot of money. And at the time, I had no idea about scrapping copper, what it was worth. You wouldn't believe in the 10 years I was in demolition, how much copper wire and copper pipe I cut through in buildings. Like, I've literally shut emergency rooms down, and it's not my fault because we're not responsible for laying the shit out. But I've shut down all kinds of stuff, cut through all kinds of pipes, seen so much copper go in dumpsters that I'm like kicking myself in the butt. But I was basically struggling at the time because I went from 60 hours a week to 20 hours a week, and trying to support everything. He showed me these things. We broke one apart and took a 5-gallon bucket to the scrapyard, and I was blown away at how much money we got in such a short amount of time. And when he told me that pretty much all electrical contractors throw away the transformers, and they've been doing that for 20 years, it seemed like a good business to get into. And in the beginning, it was a good business to get into. Like I said, for about 10 years, I didn't show anybody what I was doing. And it wasn't until I seen a couple videos on YouTube. The guy Brian showed me a couple videos on YouTube of a guy. He was breaking apart a transformer with like a hatchet, and the title was something like how to make $40 an hour scrapping copper transformers. And I just remember seeing that, and I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. It reminded me of the first time I broke a transformer down with a hatchet and a hammer. And then at the time I had my presses, and I just remember thinking, wow, because I was reading the comments, and all the comments were like, oh, that's great, thanks for sharing. And I just remember thinking, wow, if they thought that was cool, they would be blown away by what I'm doing and the volume that I'm doing and how much money you can actually make processing copper transformers. Like, at the time, I mean, if you're running 1,000-watt copper transformers through my press at 3 to 5 a minute, you're going to make like $1,200 an hour profit. Like, there's just not enough supply of transformers. Once you get in a rhythm and you're busting through them, it's insane. Nothing makes money like copper transformers in my mind. except for some 600 MCM copper. I made some decent money today on that. All that training in one ear and out the other. You're employed, but you scrap on the side. You have good days and bad days, but never days like yours. Hey man, I got bad days too. There's days in here I don't make any money. You know, if you think about, I forget what it costs me per day. It's something crazy. Like if I have to take a day off, or I'm doing something, if I'm working on my own truck or fixing something, like not only do I have to pay for the parts and the cost to fix it, but I'm not making money. This shop is just eating away, man. So, you need some helpful tips. Keep hustling, dude. Try to get some electrical contractors or AC contractors. I mean, in my mind, copper's where it's at. You know, seeing like I go to the scrap yard, dude, and I see these guys with these piles of like bicycles and washing machines and refrigerators in the back of their trucks, and I don't understand how they're even paying the gas. Like it wouldn't pay my diesel to drive around and try to hunt stuff off the side of the road. Maybe if you're doing like 2-3 loads a day, I could see maybe making some money doing that, but I don't know, man. So my mindset is I want to go somewhere where the highest profit margin, and I want to go somewhere where I know it's going to be a constant flow of material and, electricians, and I'm looking into getting into some AC scrap. Now I'm trying to get to the point where I just want to buy stuff from the scrap yards. Like I'll keep my customers and maybe try to get a couple more big customers, but I want some volume, man. I'm set up for volume. That's what I want to gear up for, is maybe just buy AC compressors all day long, literally truckloads of them like I used to do with transformers. And the only way you're going to get that many, constantly throughout the week is to go to the scrap yards and, try to beat the price or match it. See, it's hard because a lot of scrap yards are going to want you to like sell back to them. I've had this issue in the past with buying transformers from scrap yards. They want you to sell the copper back to them, but I don't want to sell back to all the little scrap yards. I want to buy it all and then sell it to my guys. I'm gonna buy maybe Friday. I might just go buy a big Gaylord from Miami, see what they're charging and what I can get out of it. Now that copper's cranked up a little bit, it might be worth it. The booze traveler. You seen guys that use drugs daily and were damn good workers, but if they were ever out of dope, they wouldn't show up for work, or they'd have their head between their knees being dope sick. Damn, that sucks, dude. I've never like I used to burn joints and stuff all day long, but if I didn't have any, it wasn't even a thing. It never affected. I mean, some people say that I'm cooked, like my brain is cooked from all the pot I smoked, but my brain's probably recovered some. How do I source it? Do I buy scrap privately and just know people? Well, I guess you could say I buy it privately because I'm not open to the public, like, which is crazy. Like, I don't have people, very rarely, like maybe one or two customers ever come over here. I had a customer drop off some stuff the other day. That was nice. But um, I started the same customers I had with transformers. Now I just buy their copper wire and their lights. Um, what's up, John from Maryland? When I sweep my floor, do I put it in my steel bin? Absolutely. I put it in the prepared steel bin. Mainly for one reason. Years ago, the dude at the scrapyard smashed that big magnet down on my trailer and bent my my A-frame up front. Moron operator. The guy should have never been operating one of them big machines. They later fired him because I think he was destroying people's vehicles and trailers. But he bent my frame one day, and then he bent my axle another time, and then I go to the guy at the scale house, and I tell him what happened. I'm like, yo, dude, your guy just trashed my shit, and they're like, like, oh well, like he didn't do it on purpose. No, he did it out of incompetence because he's retarded. And you guys are a-holes for letting the dude even operate. What's up, Brian T? Kansas City in the house? Spot copper is at 480. What is that, the Comex? Brake rotors is where it's at. I get them all the time from my neighbor, man. I throw them in with the shred. It's the same price where I go. Or it might be a different, but I don't know. What does my operation cost a day? Way too much, dude. Way too much. I think, they just raised my rent another $300 a month. So I don't know, man. It's, do you really need a cheaper rent office? The problem with finding something cheaper is I either need to go way out west or way north, and it's not going to be that much. I can't really go smaller than what I'm at. I got too many vehicles, too many trailers, too much equipment. Like this place is too small for what I'm doing. And I'm hoping that when I move out of here, it's going to be the last time I move. Because if I move out of here, now I got to come up with first, last, and security. It costs over $10,000 to move into this place. And now everything's gone up since then. It's been 3 years. It's going to cost $10,000 or more, probably $15,000 to move into another place. Plus, I have to pay the monthly rent here. It's a tough choice, man. A lot of electric motor rebuild shops keep all their old copper and sell it back to their distributors. That's interesting. FYI, Alliance compressors are garbage. It's like 50% copper, 50% aluminum. The windings are mixed. Really? I haven't seen any 50-50 compressors. I have come across 50-50 fan motors from the AC units, or all aluminum, which really sucks. What's up, Shannon? It's been a while since I've seen you in the live. Canadian grower, what's up, dude? Canadian grower, no, man, that's all aluminum behind me. I stripped all the big copper this morning. It's in a bin over here. Huh. Yeah, you know what? The guy that says Booze Travelers, the electric motor place is keeping us stuff. There's a lot of companies now, like these LED companies. They're telling the people to they're getting them to send the stuff back. I don't know how that's even cost effective or what they're doing with it, but they're sending a lot. Like the guy I got these big LED lights from, he says the company was making him send a bunch of them back, which is crazy. Oh, hey, man. Brian, one for the grinding wheel. Thanks for the $10 donation, dude. Chase Morgan, what tooling and equipment are a must-have for starting scrapping? Man, I've been meaning to do a video on that. That's a great question. Offhand, a good impact, not a drill. Like, yeah, a drill is good. You need a drill and an impact. When you're, I see people on YouTube still using drills to take stuff apart. The drill doesn't spin as fast as the impact driver, and it doesn't have the impact. For taking stuff apart, definitely have an impact driver. Adapters for putting sockets on there is a must-have. Okay, a whole set of like sockets, Allen keys. Thank you, John Daly, for sending me the things, the Allens that go into the impact. I use them all the time. A nice flathead screwdriver. That's like one of my. I literally have a flathead screwdriver that I use for nothing but prying, prodding. I don't think I've ever actually used it as a flathead screwdriver. And what else? I mean, it depends on what type of scrapping you're doing. A pickup truck would be like a great start. Definitely got to be able to haul the stuff. And then it depends on where you want to go, man. Like a proper wire stripper. Like if you want to get on an industrial scale and be buying Gaylord boxes and tons, man, in my opinion, a strip meister just ain't going to get it. They look like nice machines, but the ones where you got the little V, one roller, and the blade that idles, that doesn't move, yeah, they work, but it ain't going to be like a full roller system or that strip tech that I have where both of the rollers are pulling the copper. When you only have one, I've seen so many guys struggle with that stuff. Unless you got nice straight pieces, it's a proper wire stripper, maybe a cutting torch, depending on what you're doing, a sawzall, and a grinder. Pair of vice grips, pair of pliers, basic hand tools. Pretty much like all the scrapping tools that I have started out pretty much as like the mechanic tools I had, but I have like a whole nother set of tools that there's a cart around here somewhere. Oh, it's back there. Like I keep my scrapping tools separate from my mechanic tools. Like the stuff I use to work on my truck are like my nicer things because you don't want to really strip stuff. My scrapping tools are majority like the wrenches, the sockets and stuff. I just buy them from Harbor Freight because You're liable to lose them. They're cheap. It definitely doesn't make sense to be buying Snap-on stuff to do scrapping, And I know Harbor Freight crap's all made in China, but like, it's hard not to go in there, man. I'm a tool guy, and going into a place like that and just have every tool available is, you used to have Sears, and it's not even like a thing anymore. I don't even know where you buy Craftsman tools anymore. The Booze Traveler, what are you going to do with the sheet metal brake and all that equipment? Are you going to start your own body shop? My scrapyard keeps offering me a job because every time I go, they see how clean my stuff is. maybe that's why they don't offer me a job where I go. I push the limit on some dirty shit, man. Jake FL, you're over here in Cape Coral. You were in my neck of the woods when you did that video on the Publix light scrap out. It's been a while since I was in Cape Coral. It's sad because the customer that I did a lot of them jobs for, man, they pulled out of Florida. They're up in Ohio, man. I wonder what they're doing up there, like how much scrap they get. I don't think it'd be worth driving up there, but they probably got a lot of scrap. I would get my own place for all the machines so you don't have to pay for rent. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to pay a mortgage, but at least it'd be paying towards something that I would own. Project Shop, one of the best YouTube channels around. Thanks, Robert. I appreciate that, dude. I really try to. I really do try to put out good content, man. Do you have a swag shop? I would love to buy a shirt to support you. Oh yeah, I do, man. ProjectShopFL.com. I sell t-shirts. Matter of fact, I got to send a couple of them out. I'll be sending some out probably tomorrow. Any improvements in the mill? You still get part? My milling machine? I still get parts, rebuilds, or is it ready to go? The milling machine back there works fine. Everything works on it. I'm actually looking at an actual Bridgeport CNC mill so that I can make some parts that I've been wanting to make. Like I can make them on that. I can prototype them on that, but I want to knock out some production. What do I think my most valuable piece of equipment is? Man, that's a tough one. I mean, that little forklift is up there now, dude, because I use that thing every day, nonstop, man. That thing is a workhorse, dude. I should be having more forklift content coming out. Well, it'll be a while before it comes out because I'm like 2 weeks behind. But next week I'm hoping I'll be finishing that thing up. But the most valuable piece of equipment, that's a tough one. I would have said the transformer press back in the day because that's what made most of my money. But now it's probably a tie between the wire stripper and the stator wrecker because the stator wrecker is going to be the future. once I start getting into AC compressors, and wait till you see what I got going on for that, man. I mean, I'm looking to be able to do hundreds of them in a day. Tonnage, man. We want to go through Gaylords. I want to be the guy that people sell this stuff to. What's up? Setting up my new Stripmeister E250. I was just talking shit about Stripmeister. I probably already told you guys, but they contacted me and wanted to send me one of their big 220 machines to review on the channel. And, I emailed the guy back and I'm like, dude, like, have you seen my channel and have you seen my wire stripper? Because I've seen many other channels review the Stripmeister. And, I mean, they're nice machines. Shark Scrapper's got one and a bunch of other people. And they work. But, like, compared to that 4-roller machine that is going to strip the case off in one pass, and as fast as that, because that machine's kind of hopped up, as fast as that's kicking it out, man. And I think the Stripmeisters have an adjustable dial on them. Them big machines. But I told the guy, I'm like, dude, you could send me the machine, but I'm going to compare it to what I'm using now. And he goes, oh, well, I was hoping you would just make a video on it and promote and give a link. And I'm like, I mean, yeah, I'll do that, but I'm still going to compare it to what I'm running now, because why am I going to show people something that's not as fast or as efficient? I mean, there's nothing wrong with their machine. I've seen them strip plenty of wire. It's just, in my opinion, there's, if you want to strip a shitload of wire fast, dude, there's nothing like a 4-roller machine. Like, I don't even even the little Strip Tech, even though both of those things spin and pull the wire, and one's spinning faster than the other and it cuts it, I don't like using it because it's slow. How much is a small plasma cutter roughly? You know what? I don't know how much that plasma cutter I got was. I think you can get one for less than $200, a little tiny one, cheapy Chinese made one. What's up, Joseph? It's going pretty good. Harbor Freight tools have a lifetime warranty. Yeah. So even though they're not as good quality, like for scrapping, I buy them because, one, if I lose one, it's not going to cost me an arm and a leg to replace it. I'm not bringing the sheet metal brake and the shear and those presses home. I'll clean it up and probably sell it, except for one of those presses I would use. Oh, that's cool. I actually got a little sheet metal brake over here. I've never used it. If they're in Ohio, they can always shovel snow and they run out of scrap. It's a big company, dude. If anyone's in Ohio, let me know if any of your customers moved or have any jobs in Illinois. Okay. I don't know about Illinois, but I know Ohio, there's a company. What's up, Cruiser Mac? Thought you were to keep that forklift a secret? Yeah. A hydraulic guillotine is a nice thing to have. Yeah, wait till you see what I got going on with that, dude. I got a bunch of nice thick angle iron. I'm making a dedicated, so I don't have to set this press up for the you know, the size that blade is, you know, the smaller motors. I'm going to make a guillotine dedicated press that'll do, you know, motors about this big, like the main size, and then I'll have a big boy for the big stuff. I would like to have some kind of plan or idea for someone how to build a homemade wire stripper, a small one that really wouldn't cost that much. I mean, dude, you can go online and buy like a cheapy one that you can power with a drill if you don't want to spend a lot of money. Or, I mean, I think they even make like a little handheld thing. Like Copper Mine sells something like that. Do you have to pay taxes on your income? I don't know. I didn't think there was scrap on tax. What is the next big wish list price of equipment? Probably my next purchase is going to be a centrifuge for cleaning motor oil. With my rent increase, I gotta start burning some motor oil to save some money because, man, I could burn between $100 and $200 a week in fuel depending on where I'm going. I mean, I've burnt $100 a day in fuel before. So, yeah, especially if I go to the West Coast or if I'm going way up north. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot of money I pay in fuel. You know, so it costs a lot. Like this place is killing me. You know, I've never had in my life that I ever think I'd be paying like over $7,000 a month just to get by, and that's not including like paying Oliver or Steve or any extra parts I might need. You know, like coming up with that amount of money, but pretty much by yourself is a daunting task. So, thank God I have some really awesome equipment that makes some decent money, and you know, I have a bunch of awesome fans and followers on YouTube because that's starting to make some decent money, and I am super grateful and thankful for everybody that watches the videos and donates. And I gotta show you this. Naples Frank sent me something. I think I did. I don't know if I made a short. I don't know if I dropped it yet or not. Oh, I thought it was in this box. I had that shotgun sitting on the box. So I bought these or this at the Weldon Supply House where I get gas for my torch, and this thing is awesome. I only bought one just to try it because that was not cheap. That was like $80, okay? And then Naples Frank sent me these little mini ones, which are freaking awesome. And how these things work is you just clamp down and ratchet it down. So now I got two small ones. And what I told myself is, you know, every time I go there to get gas or, welding gas or gas for my torches, I'll just buy one of those. It came in this box. So I appreciate the heck out of that, man. I love the fact that, it's kind of, I never even thought that would be a thing, people sending me stuff. But like John Daly sent me a bunch of tools. He sent me this really nice knife that I use like literally almost every day. And those tools, I'll use the crap out of that stuff, man. Naples Frank sent me some other things too. And I've actually had people just send me letters to my mailbox, which is, it's really nice, and I really appreciate it, man. I keep them all. I have every one of them in my office. Oh, thanks a lot, Joseph. Lunch tomorrow, $30. Man, that's gonna buy a lot of tacos. You knew I would say centrifuge? Yeah. So centrifuge and a CNC machine is like hey man, scrapping on the fly. I don't know why there's so many ads. I set the thing up the same way every time. My shop is 5,000 with tow truck, new 9,000-pound mini excavator, and a 30-yard dumpster. 5,000 what? Square feet or $5,000? Thank Mickey Mouse 123. That 20 euros? What is that? I'm not sure what that is, but I really appreciate it. I love that big motor video. Get another. There was good cash in that, and you will be faster this time. Dude, if I could get them all day long, I would. I mean, I can only get them when they come into the scrapyard. That one I actually have coming up. You'll like the video I have coming up soon. It wasn't as big as that 9,000-pound one, but it was over 3,000. And yeah, I'm getting pretty good at those. Like I said, man, that stator wrecker is probably going to be my most valuable piece of equipment, because that's going to be like my future, because that's going to do all the motors, all the stators, all the AC compressors, and I'm going to have it dialed in to where I don't have to keep changing it around. It's just going to be a faster, streamlined process. And for those of you that watch my last two streams, I showed the video of what I'm trying to replicate. But I really appreciate those donations, man. Ha! Mongolian beef, huh? Okay. Have you ever scrapped any ACSR? I'm not even sure what that is. Is that air conditioned scrap? Scrapping on the fly. YouTube is doing it. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's doing that. Use ad block. You're not getting any ads, Thomas? I'm not sure why some people will be getting more ads than others. StreamYard sets it up for me. I do everything through StreamYard, so I'm not really sure why it's doing that. What's up, Frank? I just showed him your clamps, dude. I appreciate it. Hey, Frank Daniels has a YouTube channel where he makes custom sausages, I think. I'm really excited to try it one day. But leave your name, your YouTube channel name in the comments, man. Go check out his thing, man. The guy's a cool dude. As a content creator, don't use ad blocker. YouTube messes with your videos then. Dag, that sucks. I don't use none of that stuff. I feel like I should be like, I don't even have YouTube Premium. I feel like as a YouTube creator, I probably should have YouTube Premium. The euro is worth $30. The 20 euros, their money's worth more than $1. It's a shame what they've done with the dollar, man. They're running that thing in the ground. ACSR is aluminum cable, steel reinforced for power lines most of the time. Now, I've never come across any aluminum cable with the steel core in the middle. Joseph, have I considered expanding my sourcing radius and adjusting my price per pound, bid accordingly? Well, I adjust my price by whatever the local market where I'm at is. You know, for the most part, I match or beat whatever people are paying. Like the stuff I get, man, if you're not competitive, like the people will just take it to the scrapyard. So you gotta be competitive, man. Do I strip all that wire? Did I strip all that wire in back of me? Yeah, earlier in the stream, man. You must have came late. I showed in the beginning, I showed how to strip some burnt copper wire, a little trick to doing that real easy. And then I showed just blowing through that big pile of aluminum. But expanding my sourcing radius, yeah, I'm looking to expand. I'm really looking to like try to buy more from scrap yards. Like that's what I want. But like I said earlier, it's hard because a lot of times they're gonna, like one, they might not even deal with you, and two, they might want you to sell the stuff back to them. I've had that problem before. If you get YouTube Premium for $15 a month, they skip the ads. Really? Oh, hey, Mom. Thanks for joining the stream. Is it really 10 o'clock? They already rip your income. Don't pay them more. So the last batch of dried sauces that you made, you have to throw it out. Tag, that sucks, dude. So I mean, I make all my money on upgrading stuff, and I wouldn't get some of the work if I didn't offer better pricing. Um, People have been blowing up my phone. Oh, dag, dude. That looks crazy. Well, when you get it right, let me know, man. I'd be interested in trying some of it. Um, the problem with Florida is that it's a big cul-de-sac. Yeah, I mean we're down here. The good thing about Florida is there's a lot of money down here, and they're constantly building and doing things. Um, Wish you could stack your money and build you a nice shop behind your house. Yeah, me too. I'm hoping that becomes a reality soon. So when you have YouTube Premium, you don't see ads. So does that mean like if you watch a channel, they're not going to get the ad, or do they? I think in my analytics it shows me I get paid from YouTube Premium. That's an interesting. I gotta I gotta kind of look at that because sometimes I'll watch someone's channel and like I don't always have time to sit there and watch it, but I'll let it play on my computer, to kind of help them out because there's I mean there's some channels out there they don't get a lot of views, and I can't watch everybody's channel, but I'll just play it in the background. I think we should do that. Like have a like a community where we just play people's channels in the background. Like everybody get together and support one channel for a day or two. Where would I find that? What would that be under? Revenue, short feeds, memberships, super gift, watch page. Yeah, it doesn't even show more. It doesn't even come up as YouTube Premium. So in the past 28 days, I made $139 from YouTube Premium. So I still get paid if people watch it from Premium somehow. Short feeds. It's so funny, them shorts. Like I don't know how people make money with them shorts. I made $8.98 from my shorts, which is crazy. And then super chats, memberships, and then my watch page ads is where the money's at. Okay. So yeah, I guess you still get a little bit from YouTube Premium. I was at Dart League night. Wednesday nights I play darts. Are they real darts? When I used to go to bars back in the day, um, they had real darts. And then the last time I was at a bar, the darts were like plastic darts or something, man. I was like, what the heck is this? It wasn't even like a real dartboard. That's cool, man. I like playing darts. Steel tip, yeah. I used to have a nice fancy set of darts too. Shorts have to do millions of views to really start printing money. And that all depends on the category, that your shorts or content is in. See, that's the problem I have with like YouTube. I think my content is good, but I don't think my descriptions and the stuff that I fill out is right. Like I need help with that. I get all these people emailing me all the time, but they're clearly like from India or something. I don't know if it's a scam, but they're like, sending me all these pictures of what I could do better and this and that. And I'm like, I have no idea what the heck they're talking about. Nick, you just ordered a wire stripper from Amazon? I hope it's as good as the reviews. Someone was just going to send me a wire stripper. It was kind of like mine, but it didn't have 4 rollers. It only had 2. I was kind of almost entertaining it, but I don't know. I don't think it's going to really help. Although, what's really crazy? I had mentioned I'm having a problem with the gears. The gear drives on the other side. You'll see it in an upcoming video. They're trashed, man. I'm surprised I was able to do what I just did over there. Those gears are on their last leg, man. I don't know where I mentioned it, but now all of a sudden, I am getting blasted on Facebook from this company that sells gears. And I've never seen them before, never seen any other company come up in my feed selling gears. And now all of a sudden I got this company saying, oh, we got thousands of gears in stock and all this gear. It's just crazy how they're listening to you and shoving stuff down your throat when you talk about it and you're not even looking for it. I've never even searched it. And then out of nowhere, I'm getting ads for companies that sell gears, which I'm going to look into them because I need a set of gears. But it's just crazy how that use AI promotes to help with your descriptions. Huh. Cruiser Mac keywords are important apparently, but I never mastered using them. Yeah, me neither, man. I used to have something, the dude Chris, I was mentioning earlier, he was going to do all my editing. He got me to get this TubeBuddy thing. Is it TubeBuddy? I think it's TubeBuddy. And it seemed pretty cool, and it showed you a lot of things and a lot of like, it seemed like it would help if you knew what you were doing. And I'm just like so busy with just trying to get through the scrap day. It's hard for me to like sit down and watch a bunch of videos about YouTube, which I probably should, but I know that the description, the thumbnail to me is kind of important, and I've been trying to up my thumbnail game because I watch a bunch of big YouTubers and they all say the same thing. The thumbnail is very important because that's the first thing people see. It doesn't matter what the description says. When someone's scrolling and they see, your thumbnail is going to catch their eye. So it has to be. And I noticed one thing. Most of the big YouTubers, all their thumbnails, they're in the thumbnail, their face or their body, they're standing there doing something. So for all the other scrappers out there or other YouTubers, keep that in mind. I've been noticing that. And they always have some type of lettering on their thing. Now, I'm not too good at that. I'm getting better at it. My editor does better jobs at the thumbnails than me. I try to do them, but but it's like YouTube is literally, you have to look at it like a full-time job if you're going to make money. If you're just like half-assing it, Yeah, I do kind of, Joseph. Um, See the tags. That's the things I don't know about. Man, I keep hearing something. Maybe it's Steve out there or something like that. I don't know. It's like the tags, and then there was something else where you can link. I don't know if it's linking to other similar videos, but there's a lot going on there. Um, did you see what Merchant Metals has been scrapping? Yeah, he's been scrapping like a whole horse farm or something, bunch of burnt buildings. I think it's funny him driving around on that little cart. uh, the little concrete cart he has. He looks like he was busting his ass filling that dumpster up with all that burnt metal. Big Stack D is a big channel. He does his on building melted ingots. Yeah, I've seen his channel. I'm subscribed to his channel. He did the biggest. I don't think he claimed to scrap the biggest motor onto YouTube. He did the biggest motor melt on YouTube, which is fair for a small channel and a small shop that's not an actual scrap yard. I think I have the biggest motor on YouTube. Now, I have seen some other big motors or generators or whatever I mean, pretty big ones, but they were at like massive yards, like, you know. So for like the small guy, I think I think I hold the title there. I mean, I'd like to see someone beat it. It'd be pretty impressive. And that was no easy feat, man. I mean, I battled that motor, but I I learned a lot from that one, and I know what to do now. There's only so many hours in a day. Yeah, tell me about it, man. I went out yesterday. I filled 2 trailers. One of them I probably loaded a ton and a half, 2 tons of lights on. I mean, we piled that thing up, me and Steve. And then I dropped that trailer off, offloaded my other trailer that I had picked up a whole trailer load of lights the day before, and went out and filled that thing up. And then when I got back, man, I felt like I spent the day at the gym, you know, because I had to weigh everything. So we moved literally 3,000 pounds onto the scale and then into the trailer. So we're moving it, you know. Hopefully, I got another scale coming. Hopefully, that goes a little easier. Thumbnails are huge. Yeah, I've been checking out a bunch of scrap videos when you were taking your break, but yours is by far the best one for me. Oh, thanks. I've been learning the thumbnail thing too. It's not easy. Yeah. Maybe he has your horchata. Man, I wish I could use a horchata right about now. Add tags in my description. I think I have hashtags in there. You'd be more timely if I announced the live streams. Yeah, I probably should do that. I kind of just wing them and drop them random. I know. I just subscribed to you just now, scrapping on the fly. Yeah, I should probably post something. You feel bad for him? He's been picking up about 10-foot lengths of burnt copper out of the dirt. This morning, he scrapped about 150 fluorescent light ballasts, light assemblies. He also picked up a girlfriend at the horse farm. That's awesome, man. Hope it works out for him. I'd seen him picking up little strands. He was picking up little tiny piece of copper. That's I mean, that's crazy. The hashtags go in your title. Oh. That burning fire on the rotors was key to the last bit you did on them motors. Yeah, I mean that one needed it, but the one I just did in here that was 3,000 pounds, I didn't need to do it. What's key to that is splitting them in half. Like I can't be out here burning motors all the time, and the volume that I want to get, I can't do that. Like someone's going to call the cops or I'll get in trouble with the landlord or something. And then you just don't want to be burning that slack and putting that chemical in the air like that. But, when in doubt, burn it out. If you got to burn it, you got to burn it, But I will go as far as I can go before I get to that point. And I don't think, matter of fact, I know for a fact I wouldn't have been able to get them out without cooking it, because even after cooking it, when I put it up on the table and it was, I had to put a fan on it because it was kicking up this stuff. When it cooled down, I had to reheat it. It wasn't. Yeah, I'm sorry for everybody that missed the stream or didn't see it. The last couple ones I did, I just decided out of the blue to do them, mainly because I haven't had time to edit a video, and I'm out here working. I can just go live and let you guys know what's going on and hang out with you guys and see what you guys are doing. Project South's going to be here stripping wire with us until 1 a.m. I mean, I did do a stream the other day until like 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm surprised people were still on there. Dusty met a chick when shopping. She put a case of water in his truck. She's a wild card. Really? That's cool. Hey, man, you never know where you might meet your, could be his future wife. Did you already get it all done? Dan, the man dealer? Stripping? I mean, I stripped all that aluminum back there. I should probably throw it in that bin. It's not going to take long to do that either. She's homeless and unfortunately has mental problems. Oh, that sounds like a fun one, dude. You know, the mentals, the crazies, that's always never a dull moment. He has a scar on her forehead. He asked what it's from. She said it was from, she shot herself in the brain. I've been praying for her. Dag, that's tough, man. Man, I went to school with a chick that tried to commit suicide. That's horrible, man. She put a gun to her head and I guess she bent over and cringed and only just took the top of her dome off or whatever. But she was kind of messed up and still around, but that's tough, man. To me, I mean, I've been through some tough situations in my life, but at no point did ever harming myself at ever even cross my mind. Like, to me, that's such a foreign thing. I don't understand it. Do I think the tariffs imposed on the other countries will drive up the price of copper and brass? Um, I mean, I don't know. Copper seems like it's going up right now. And it seems like I don't know about. I think Mexico and Canada are like having a tiff over it, and they're like starting a trade war or something. I mean, that doesn't make sense. Um, I to me personally, I think all countries, not just America, all countries need to just start making their own shit locally. You know, give like more people should own businesses locally, whatever it may be, man. Like clothing should be made local. Like there's so many people that aren't working, don't have any skills. Like people should be working, man. There should be more people that own businesses, more people that are producing stuff, not just working for some big corporation, you know? Like families should have business. It's a shame. Like I always see, and it's really heartbreaking to me, like businesses that go out of business because the sons or daughters or whatever don't want to take it over or not capable of taking it over because they're just F ups, you know? Like I was just talking to Steve yesterday about it. He said that um he knew someone that had like a machine shop and this big house, and he basically donated everything to the church because his two sons were pieces of crap and were stealing from him and just doing all, they weren't worthy of taking over the business. And basically his business, when he retired, that was it. That was the end of his business. He sold all his stuff or whatever, and then donated when he died, he donated the house to the church. It's crazy, man. What's wrong with people? If they're straight chords, it's easy, but if they are zigzaggy, it's going to be hard work. We talk about the stators. When I was torching that big motor and set up the camera and all the sparks were flying like fireworks was awesome. Yeah, the reason the sparks were flying is because I had a gap on the bottom, like I had that thing sitting on a pallet, and I had it jacked up enough to put my leaf blower. If you see that video, I had the leaf blower just blasting oxygen into the bottom of that thing to heat it up. It was pretty intense for sure. Um, I tell you, a good place to check on electric motors is coal mines, and they throw the things away all the way up to 1500 horse AC motors when they're not worth rebuilding. Wow. Uh, the problem with South Florida is we don't have any coal mines that I know of. We're like literally on the water table. So South Florida's so flat. The 5 hours was epic. Yeah. I still have some of that scrap sitting on the table from that 5 hour stream. Um, oh my God, it sounds like my ex. Having people from all over the world is probably why you have so many late night viewers, or us people who can't sleep. Um, yeah, I think it's pretty awesome. I get viewers from all over the world. Uh-oh, the boss is texting me. Dag. That's crazy. I hope you had your gun with you when you did that. Wow. Okay. Good. Uh that was crazy. Looks like someone was bad. Um what's up, Silverlicious? What do we got here? What's up, living off scraps? I love some of these YouTube names, man. Some people work real hard to build up shop, and it's a shame they let it slip away. Yeah, well, I mean, sometimes it's maybe like maybe like what happened to me, man. My main source of income disappeared almost overnight. I was doing pretty okay with the transformers, and then LEDs just ruined that. Like some of my customers, big time electrical contractors, man. Like the one guy up and left Florida. Other companies have sold their bucket truck, so they just don't have that work anymore. They're still electricians, but a big portion of their work just up and went away. It wasn't worth keeping bucket trucks around no more. That sucks, man. Um, and another thing, I actually just mentioned this in a video because the guy I went to yesterday in the afternoon, he goes, I was like, oh man, I should have brought some more buckets. He had a bunch of small, tedious steel that I was taking from him. And he goes, hey, I had given him three 55-gallon drums at one point to put ballast in. And he goes, hey, you could take one of them drums back. We don't use them no more. And it was kind of sad because I used to go there and go through full drums of scrap of transformers. And that's not the first time that I've heard that. And I've gotten my drums back because they're just like, we don't get transformers no more. If you need your drum, you can take it. Like I still get copper wire and what from them, but it's it's definitely sad. Like every time a customer would tell me they're selling their bucket trucks for sale, and it's just tough, man. I mean, I used to have customers that had like 10 bucket trucks, and that's all they did was go change ballast every day. And it's just not a thing no more. Um, Hope you ain't freezing like here, Brian T. Where you from, dude? All I know is I got I got fans on, and I'm in shorts and a t-shirt. I love me some South Florida weather. I couldn't see going back up to live up north, man. I don't mind, like, I'd go up and visit. That'd be cool, but I don't know about living up there in the winter. That's just, I think about like when I used to work on cars or when I used to pour concrete in the wintertime, the numb hands, the numb feet, getting wet, freezing, trying to stay warm. No way. OnlyFans. 34 degrees in Cincinnati. Dag. Forget about Canada. Yeah. I mean, I like to visit Canada in the summertime. Not in the winter, man. I'm okay with that. 32 degrees in Illinois. I don't even know. It's got to be 70 something degrees right now. I don't know if I have a thing on this phone. It's 72 in Naples. Yeah, it's probably about the same. All I know is I've been having to put my fans on over here in the shop. -4 in Romania. Dag, dude. No, thank you. Bet y'all dealing with like black ice and all kind. No. I'm good with that, dude. I love it when you say someone's gonna start crying when I scrap this. Someone might have been crying. Here's one of them tags, man. A lot of that wire I just stripped had tags on. I'm not gonna show you the tags that got my customer name on it. Peninsula Electric Distributors, Okeechobee Road. That's right down the road. Wow. 30-foot length, 500 MCM master, MCM black aluminum. Tells you the lot number. Wow. Ship date 2/25/2025. This wire was literally just cut like last week or last 2 weeks. That's crazy. And they bought it and I just stripped it. 25. That was like a week ago, wasn't it? 2/25? What month are we in? Half the time I have no idea what day it is. Cut 7 of 9. That's crazy. I paid, what did I pay for that? I paid 15 cents a pound for all that wire. Now I'm going to lose some for the insulation, but that's $1.10 a pound. So I'm gaining 95 cents a pound. That's not bad. I mean, minus the insulation. I know I shouldn't touch this. I still don't know what this is. I've never seen that before. It's almost like a coaxial, but aluminum and sticky. That aluminum is solid. I could do with never having to see that again. I don't even know. The aluminum actually has like foam. It looks like a foam on the inside. So I don't even know I think I'm going to throw it with the old sheet or the cast. Oh, I took some big, man. I took some big plate steel. I'm pretty sure it was like a piece of billet. What do you guys get for? I mean, this was like almost 3-inch thick, 4 foot by 4 foot billet. Like the guy said, oh, that's we buy it as cast, but I think it was a higher grade aluminum, man. I wanted him to hit it with a gun, but I don't think he wanted to, or I don't know why he didn't. He just said it was cast. My body never wants to see cold again. Last time I was up in New Jersey, I had a bad car accident. Damn, dude, that sucks. They had to cut me out of the car because of black ice. Well, damn, dude, I'm glad you're okay. They had to use the jaws of life to get you out. It's 60 in PA. How much would I pay for 300 feet of THHN? See, this may sound crazy, but there's a lot of times like the THHN and the 1/0, I guess. To me, that means nothing. Like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I only know like what the wire is when I go there to buy it. It depends if it's a number 1 wire. I pay number 1 wire price for it. Number 1 insulated wire. If it's number 2, it's a number 2. Like, the size doesn't matter. Now I know like the 600 MCM I bought, I could have paid more. I could have paid my insulated price for that wire and still made some good money. But I always buy the insulated unless the guy knows. To me, it's all number 1 insulated. You know, I'll pay the same for little tiny number 1 insulated as I do the 600 MCM. Aluminum helix wire for cell towers. Huh. Yeah, I thought cell tower wire was different. I thought it was like a solid copper tube with like insulation and then this plastic stuff. I got a bunch of it years ago from a guy, and it just seemed like a hassle. I was like, yeah, I could do without this. Have the boss come over and help strip wire for a video. I don't think that'll ever happen. The boss wants nothing to do with social media, which is, you know what? That's exactly the way I was before I started YouTube. I was a ghost, man. I didn't have no social media, didn't care for it, didn't like it. But once I started YouTube, I got a Facebook, an Instagram, a Twitter or X, whatever. I mean, I don't even really use this stuff, but I got it all just to kind of cross promote. And I'm not even using the stuff to its potential. I really should. because I look at all the other big YouTubers and they're all on Instagram, and they're all on Facebook and Twitter, but it just seems like so much freaking work, man. But there's some people that are only on those other platforms, and they might see your stuff and then come over to YouTube. I don't know. I need like a social media guru or something to take care of all that stuff. Have my mom on a video when she goes to Florida. Maybe a live with Betty, Oliver, and Steve. It looks like solid cable. The guy wants 800 for 300 feet. Seems high to me. So I see copper wire all the time on like Marketplace, Facebook Marketplace. And people are wanting like retail prices for this stuff. I would never consider buying wire other than by the pound, because unless you're an electrician and eventually might have a job for it, if you're buying it to scrap it, it makes 0 sense buying it unless okay, I've done those spools before and you know how much you can get out of it. It doesn't make sense to buy it at anything other than weighing it and paying a scrap price. In my mind, I would never, like, I turn down stuff if I can't weigh it. Like, I had a guy the other day want me to buy some aluminum, some extruded aluminum, and he was only wanting like 60 cents a pound or something for it. I could have made some money, but I didn't have a scale on me. And he goes, oh, he's like, from what I see of this pile, usually I get $200. And I looked at the pile and I'm like, it's a possibility, but I'm not risking it. I'm not risking wasting my time and breaking even. And I'm not risking my time to lose money, because the way I get paid is by the pound. And I refuse to buy anything unless I look at it and I'm like, I'll lowball the crap out of it to the point where they're either think I'm crazy and just be like, hell no, or like, yeah, whatever, take it, and I know for a fact I'll make something off of it. But man, I don't buy anything I don't weigh. Why not THN? See, what does the THNN stand for? What is that? Where'd that other comment go? Is that solid wire? Looks like solid cable, 800 for 300 feet. See, you'd have to know the size and how much per foot. Like, if you guys remember when I first moved in this shop, I had all the big pipes with the insulation. You know how I got that job? There were 10 other people looking at that stuff, offering money, lowballing the crap out of them. I told the dude straight up, I can't give you a price on this. And there was 3 different size pipes. What I did is I went over there. I convinced them to let me cut 1 foot off of each different length. I counted all the lengths. I took it back, seen what it would take to get it apart. I weighed the piece of copper. I knew how much a foot was. They were 20 foot, or I'm pretty sure they were 20-foot lengths. So I knew how much each one of them pipes was worth. I figured in my estimate that there was going to be between $17,000 and $18,000 worth of copper. How much work it was going to be to get all that out, picking it up, transporting it. I think I cut them in half on site. I wasn't sure. I came at a price of $5,000, and then I gave the guy that gave me the deal $1,000. But I wasn't going to sit there and insult the guy. I was like, let me take a piece. I'll give you a real, and it cost me $6,000. I think I made over $18,000. So it was a good, uh, what was it, $12,000 profit? That was a nice, it basically paid for me moving into the shop. Family night live at the shop? Maybe. If my mom comes down, she might be coming down pretty soon. Something big might be happening. As long as you have the videos anyway, it doesn't take a lot to upload to Instagram. No, well, yeah, I know I need to get on my Instagram. We'll strip wire for cigars. You're a weird chick. That's crazy. I'd go on a video. I could help with the wire as long as I could do it sitting down. Shit, man, you can feed that wire stripper sitting down. Someone preps the wire. We can play poker live at the shop. Hey, man, I'm for that. I grew up outside Atlantic City, man. I used to go to the casinos when I was 16 years old and play poker, blackjack, 3-card poker. Great thing about them casinos, I don't know about now, but back then, man, it was free liquor as long as you was gambling. THHN is stranded, commercial wire pulled through conduit. So basically, the basically stuff that I strip all the time. What plans do I have for the crane on your trailer you up scrap from? I pick up scrap. So I originally built that crane to pick up barrels of transformers. That's why I have that clamp that picks up the 55-gallon drums. Now that clamp is specifically, well, not specifically, it'll pick up steel drums, but it's actually designed to pick up plastic open top drums that are either cut or don't have a top. It grabs the lip and it the more you pick up, the more it squeezes, but it'll only squeeze so far. And it's rated for 1,000 pounds. I've picked up way more than 1,000 pounds with it. But I would use that, a crane scale, and pick my transformers up. But I don't really pick up transformers like I used to. My plans is to actually repair it, redo it. I actually have a wireless control pendant for it and a small solar panel. And I'd like to put it back on the trailer because it is handy. Like, I've used that thing to well, I don't need it as much now, but before I had a forklift, if I had a super heavy pallet of a big box of wire or just something heavy, I could drag the pallet jack up the ramp. I've used that crane to drag cars up onto the trailer. It's super handy. I've picked up, big pipes with it. I plan on getting it dialed back in really nice, refreshing everything. I've had that, man. I've probably had that crane for 12 years. I built it no, man. I've had that almost 15 years because I built that pretty much when I built my first press. But it's gone through many renditions and upgrades. Every time I would snap the top off, which has happened like 3 times, and it's actually cracked now. The whole ring is cracked all the way around. But I was still picking up 1,000-pound barrels with it. And one day I'll show you how I was able to do that and why it hasn't completely just ripped off. It's because the way I reinforced it. But I need to redo it. It needs a complete refresh. But I plan on fixing it because it's nice to have that thing where right now it literally would take, with the forklift, less than 5 minutes to pick it up, put it back on the trailer, put the pins in. That's all, And then if I need to take it off and I need the whole deck of the trailer, just pick it up with the forklift and take it off. It's just pinned on there with 4 quick pins, Pull the cotter pin and you're moving on. But I definitely have plans on fixing that thing. There's just so many projects I need to do. And pretty much every single project that I need to do is going to involve buying parts or I have to, buy something. And, with this ridiculous rent and things being slow kind of, I have to prioritize where my money goes right now. I can't do everything at once. I mean, everything I need to do, you're talking thousands and thousands of dollars to get, in my mind, where all of my equipment should be. It's thousands. It's in the tens of thousands, But we'll get there, man. I just gotta knock out each little thing. I need to get more. It's like it's hard to balance everything, trying to maintain everything, possibly getting more customers, maintaining a YouTube channel, maintaining my fleet of vehicles, and when you have as much overhead as I have, it's not easy. I don't have the expendable income that I used to have right now. It's getting better, but it's like each year, I've gone from, in 3 years, $3,700 a month. Well, actually my first year I was $2,000 because I had someone renting the other bay. From $2,000 a month in 3 years to $5,500 a month is just insane. And that's just here. I rent a place, what it costs me to operate my car and my truck and feed myself and fuel. Like I said, man, I got to make, it's probably closer to $8,000 now with the rent increase. That's a lot of money to come up with every month, and then have extra money on top of that, and then to do it all by myself. It's a daunting task for sure. Yes, your spaghetti wires, THHN, technically 500 MCM. So anything that's stranded, is that what you're saying? The high roller casinos, they will give you free drinks of your choice if you're shoving the money in the high bet machines. Well, I used to roll in there and sit right down at the blackjack tables, man, or the Texas Hold'em, and I was never into the slot machine. Never made any money on slot machines. I did really good at blackjack and really good at 3-card poker. If you don't know what 3-card poker is, that's really cool. It's almost like blackjack. You're playing the dealer. You're not playing everybody at the table, but you're playing poker. And I think the dealer has to, I forget the rules, but I was drunk. I sat down thinking I was playing blackjack, and it turned out I'm like, what the heck is this? And the lady next to me was like, oh, it's 3-card poker. I'll show you how it's done. And immediately, I think I won a couple $100. And, I grew up outside Atlantic City. One of my first jobs as a teenager was pumping gas at one of the first gas stations coming out of Atlantic City. I watched so many people show up at the gas station just totally distraught. They pull up just sitting there looking at their steering wheel. I knew right away. They just lost everything at the casino. And, I always had the mindset, okay, I'm going to go gamble. I'm going to have some fun. I got $200 I can burn. And then when I'm done with that money, that's it. I'm done. I'm not digging in and I'm not going to go, oh, I'm going to go get my money back. Nope. I had my little fun. I either win or lose, and I'm done. Man, I had a best friend. We'd go to the casino. He would tell me to hold his money so he didn't blow it all. He would burn through the money he had and then come, hey, man, let me get some more of my money. I'm going to go get my money back and lose it all and lose it all and lose it all. And, yeah, that's crazy, dude. But I'd go sit at them blackjack, 3-card poker, or Texas Hold'em tables, and it was probably 50-50. I'd either lose everything I came in there, that I was willing to lose, which was never more than like $200, or I'd walk out of there with some money, And if I won money from the casino, that like went in this pocket, and then I'd play with this money until it was gone. And then if I got something from the casino, I wasn't giving it back to him. Hell no. What's up, James? Hey, keep up the great work. If I ever get down there, I'd love to come work. Well, I'm actually looking for work. Someone that can work part-time. Hey, man, I love your channel. Keep up the work. Hope one day I can scrap as good as you. I don't think I'm a good scrapper. I think there's a lot of people out there that know a lot more than me. I just kind of got lucky with the little niche that I had. And, I just, I like copper. Copper pays, so that's where we like to be. I worked in a modular camp industry and always got a crap ton of heavy service wire that was black when the copper was around $1 or less. Nowadays, it would be huge. Yeah, man. Yeah. I think back when I was in demolition, how much wire I watched just go into the dumpster and how much copper pipe, big. I'm talking about big mains feeding stuff. And I had no idea, man. No idea. And then when I finally found scrap, it was my last year doing demolition. Like, I was making so much money with the transformers. And it's crazy. I think I told you guys this before. I never quit that job, and I never, they never fired me. I just slowly went, I'd work 1 day for myself, 4 days for them, and then a month later it was 2 days for myself, and then at the time, since it was 2008 and everything was slow, I was kind of mindful of the other guys. Some of these other guys I worked with had houses and I rented an apartment on the beach in Deerfield. I didn't have any kids. I just had my dogs. So I didn't need the hours like they did. And I had another source of income that was just way more money in one day. I was making what I made in a week, $1,500 or whatever I was making in a week, I'd make in a day scrapping. So I would let other guys work. Yeah, I'd leave jobs early because I knew if I stayed on the job, I was going to blow it out and we'd be done in a half a day. But I knew them dudes needed their 40 hours. So I'd let them work it, and then I'd do less work. And then at the end, I would only do some of the bigger, cutting demoing bridges, cutting the sides off bridges, or running the wire saw stuff, the specialty machines, not like any grunt, hand sawing, core drilling, cutting in the slab. That's like grunt work, popping trench. That's like you would send the rookies out to do that stuff. Running the big deep cuts, like the 98-inch blades, the big 72-inch wall saw blades, core drilling 60-inch diameter holes, stuff like that. I would go do jobs like that, stuff that they needed someone that knew, would get the job done and not F things up. But it was like, it was kind of, because it was already slow, it was easy for me to transition, you know? And I never looked back, man. Once I started working for myself, I could never see myself working for someone again. It would be extremely hard for me to have to go to like a 9 to 5 job. I would just, my heart wouldn't be in it unless they were paying me a crap ton of money, like enough money where I would have no problem walking away from all this. But I like doing this, man. Even though it's hard work, I like the stuff I come across. Like, you're never going to come across, like, just about everything in this shop I got from scrap. I got some type of deal on it. It was either free, come pick it up. I paid a scrap price for it. I bartered for it. I don't think there's very many things in here that I paid full price for. Maybe my digital scales. I don't even know. Looking around, I can't see anything. My one Lincoln welder, my little 110 welder, but my big Miller, I got used on a deal. It's like that incinerator. Like, I didn't pay anything for it, just my time and diesel to go get it. I love stuff like that. And then the YouTube aspect of it, I love making videos and asking you guys questions and showing you guys stuff and getting the reaction, like just the like the thought of someone else, what they would have done, or a different perspective on it. Or just sitting on here talking live with you guys. It's crazy, man. Yeah, I couldn't see myself working for anybody. Maybe the boss, but that's about it. What's a good price per light when purchasing 400 and 1,000 watt metal halides? I'm finding prices all over the board. That's a tough one. It depends on. It's hard to tell because the last couple of years, if they did change out ballast, they might have put a cheaper one. Now, this is what I've seen. Like, it seems like a lot of the places up north seem like they have a lot of the original double copper ballast. Now, South Florida, this is the lightning capital of the country. So a lot of these ballasts have been changed multiple times. And the last couple times they've changed them, they probably spent the least amount of money they could and got the cheapest ballast, which is most likely aluminum or half aluminum, half copper. So what I pay for, it doesn't matter what the wattage is. I don't care what the wattage is. I buy it by the pound, and I buy it at an iron aluminum price. My price for iron aluminum in Miami is 15 cents a pound. But since I'm going to process it, I pay 15 cents a pound, knowing I'm going to get 63 for the aluminum. If there's extrusion, usually the arms are extruded. It's $1.05 a pound right now for extruded. And then you might have some copper in there. But buying them per piece, you'd really have to know, is it made out of cast? How heavy is it? Is it a sheet aluminum? It's going to be lighter. I have some ones sitting on the trailer right now. The whole housing is made out of extruded aluminum. Well, matter of fact, I got a video coming up. I don't think I dropped it yet. Me and Oliver did a bunch of them. The whole things were extruded. I was able to break them down, peel them open. Once you get that, there is a thin sheet aluminum backing. Once you get that off, all the sides were extrusion. I made out like a bandit on them. So unless you know exactly, if you've done, there's so many different styles. Unless you know exactly, I've done a bunch of these, I know exactly how much that's worth. That's the only way you can just put a oh, I'll pay $10 a piece for those lights. To me, and then you don't know if someone's gone in there and changed the ballast out. You could have a bunch of them that are the same. They might have started out as I've had this many times. They might have started out at 1,000-watt metal halides, and along the line, someone put in a 400-watt ballast and a lamp and a light bulb. So if you just weigh one, maybe you weigh that 1,000 one, which weighs more, and then you got a whole bunch of 400s. You're not going to make as much. So you kind of got to like weigh them all, or it's a tough thing, man. I try to weigh them all. I try to weigh everything, man. Because then you just know, like, I know for an absolute fact, when I put something on my trailer and I bring it to my shop, there's going to be profit because I bought it right. You got to buy it right, Now, the only thing I pay like really, really high amount of money for is copper wire, because all of my customers are electricians. They know what it's worth. They're not dumb, So hard to do all that work with just a couple of part-timers and a part-time editor. Yeah, it is tough, man. What's an email to send you exporter prices? I have an email in the description. projectshopfl@gmail.com. Stop eating so many tacos, man. I am starving. I need some tacos right now. You've grown a lot since as a channel since the first time I watched you 5 years ago. You definitely have the right direction. Dag, I've been on YouTube for 5 years. It does. I mean, I guess so, because I started in my shop. I was at the house for almost 2 years, and I've been here for 3 years, so that makes sense. Wow. Man, time flies, dude. Seems like as you get older, it goes so much faster. I can remember, like, as a kid, like when school would let out and you had summer, like the summer was forever, man. It took all, it was like a whole thing, summertime. Now it's like everything just kind of, it's like one big blur. And being down here in Florida, it's like it's always summer. So I don't even know where in the big scheme of things I'm at. Silverlicious, you play live poker for a living? Like online or like in person? I don't trust that online stuff, but I guess it's a thing. Small transformers, exporters paying 80 cents a pound. Small transformers. I'll have to do the math on them, but I'm pretty sure broken down, they were worth like $1 a pound, some of them. Well, how do you know you're not getting aluminum transformers, man? I guess at 80 cents a pound, I don't know, man. Put $100. If win, put 100 back. Yeah, I don't gamble anymore. I watched You'll come work. It only takes 22 hours of plane. That's crazy. Too funny. The guy who taught me how to paint used to be a gambler, and he had me hold hit chips from winnings, and I could use to drink his and my free drinks. Did you work at that no-name gas station on the road out of AC? Maybe it was named Value Gas. No, when I worked at the gas station, it was a Shell gas station. I think it was owned by some Arabs or something. And I had a retard as a boss. And I remember freaking diesel fuel was like 10 cents a pound, 10 cents a gallon cheaper than regular gasoline. The big tour buses and big trucks, dump trucks would come in. Man, if they got $80 worth of fuel, that was like a lot. Every once in a while, you'd have like someone get like a big bus would get $100 worth of fuel. But now, shoot, man, I'll put $100 bill in my truck and it sucks it down like it's like I didn't do nothing. What's up, Ryan? You think a lot of people watch my channel because I share my process? Yeah, I try to help people, man. In the beginning, I was kind of I didn't want anybody knowing what I was doing because nobody else was scrapping transformers like I was, and no one really knew. I mean, I don't know. No one really knew how much money was really in it. Damn, you remember your boss getting a check for $2,000 and you would go to the casino and we'd be driving home broke on fumes? Dag. Man, I'll tell you what, working at a gas station, you see some of the craziest things, man. I remember people like trying to trade me jewelry, watches, and stuff for gas, trying to get back to like Pennsylvania and New York from Atlantic City with no money. That's crazy. The craziest thing I seen was this. I heard it coming down the road. I'm like, what the heck is that noise, man? Black lady, car full of kids, windows down, rolls up, pulls into the gas station, gouging up the concrete. We had concrete slab there. She had no front tire, front wheel drive car, not even a lick of rubber on the one tire. Okay. And she's like, how do you get back to Pennsylvania? And I was just shocked that she didn't ask, hey, is there a tire place or this or where, do you know where I can get this fixed? It was, what's the fastest way to get to Pennsylvania? I didn't miss a beat. I was like, I forget what it was. It's like 2 lights down on the left, Garden State Parkway. And she just rolled right out. Just sparks and all kinds of, on her way back to Pennsylvania with no tire, man. That was crazy. Democrat moron. I steal copper off electric companies' yards. I mean, that's kind of a shitty thing to do. This guy looks like what I imagine a stripper would look like. You talking about me? Like a male stripper? Do those $40 cheap strippers really work? Thinking about stealing some big spools this next time? Well, they ain't gonna work like the old Copper King back there, but I'd be careful stealing. The fuck is this guy talking about stealing copper? What are you, an asshole? Scrapping on the fly. You got some family in Kissimmee. It's so funny. Um, People call that Kissimmee or something else. It's called Kissimmee or something like that. People get really like offended when you say that wrong. There's a nice little place out there. There's like this cool little town. They have like a little hot. I don't know. I mean, it's years ago that I've been there. There was a little like town, a little amusement park thing, and they had like a hot rod show, and it was like, is that up by Lake Orlando? I don't know. I think I went there like while we were on our way to Orlando. Oh, you put that guy in timeout? Yeah, what's up with that dude, man? Like, who goes on the internet and says they want to steal stuff? That's just like an asshole move. They say Australia is the place to live that has a really good economy. And I talked to a man the other night on a channel that lives there and has said gas station workers make 30 plus an hour. Dag, man. Man, I can't remember what I made, but I know it was nowhere near $30 an hour. Is that Australian money? How does that equate to American dollars? Thanks, Silverlicious. Cheap strippers work. You have one that you bought from Temu. Man, I see so many advertised for that Temu stuff, man. You can get those motors from the coal mines. You have to sign a release. What does that mean? Like what? You won't use it or try to use it? I'm pretty sure we don't have coal mines here in Florida, man. You dig down like 2 feet, you hit the water table. It's nothing but like coral rock. I used to build playgrounds, and we would dig just with a post hole digger, man, out in like Coral Springs. You dig down 2 feet, the hole would start filling up with water. The water table is so shallow here. Your wife knows what I'm talking about. I've never been to Florida myself. Is your wife from Florida? Timu is AliExpress, only worse. I never trusted any of those sites. Steve used to, was it AliExpress or Alibaba or some weird stuff? Steve said he ordered all kinds of stuff from there. Um, you have a video of it in action. It's shocking how good it works. You have that on your channel, Scrapping on the Fly. I don't know what the company was, but they wanted to send me a machine. It was like my 4 roller setup, but it only had the first 2 rollers. And I mean, it seems like it would work. I actually have a customer that has one of those, and I think he used it like one time. I think he paid like $400 for his, and I think he only used it like one time, and he's never used it again, or not that I know of, because every time he's got wire, I buy it from him, and it's not stripped. Oh, the scrap yards ask for release for him. Well, that's like down here. For the most part, if you have AC scrap, you have to have a you got to have a paper stating that you're either a AC contractor, or you have to have some type of form saying that you have permission to have it. Because people were literally stealing people's ACs in the middle of the night down here in Florida. Man, during the hurricane, you know what kind of crazy stuff they were doing? People had their generators running at nighttime, right? So one of my neighbors down the block, he goes, man, they stole my damn generator. I woke up, I heard it running, but all the fans and everything was off. Well, what they did is they like went in his shed, fired up his lawnmower, had his lawnmower out there running, and ran off with his generator. That's crazy, man. They'll steal anything. Stealing generators. That's one thing the dude Brian that used to work for me told me, because he was a crackhead. He told me, like, if he went into a store, like a convenience store, and they disrespected him or, gave him shit, he'd come back at night, climb up on top of the roof, cut all the AC shit, and throw it off the side of the building and go scrap it. He'd go stash it in the woods somewhere. And that happened a lot down here. You see a lot down here. People have cages around their ACs because people be stealing that stuff. Let's see. $66 degrees in Tampa. You're turning on the furnace. I don't blame you. 66 degrees would be cold for me too. You were thinking about buying a Temu crusher? What kind of crusher? You were in Coral Springs, Florida last summer, and we painted a building and was sweating just standing still. Yeah, that'll happen, especially if you're down here in the summer. Man, I'll tell you what. The heat never really bothered me. I always stayed hydrated. I could work in the heat all day. Last summer wasn't too bad. For whatever reason, I don't know if it was me or it was just that hot out. The summer before last, there were a couple days in there. I've never been so hot in my life. I never felt like what I was doing is scrapping a generator from behind this mansion. But the way everything was, I had to dismantle the whole generator pretty much down to the block, to a short block, and separate the stator and dolly everything out around this thing out to the front. It was so freaking hot. And I was in an area where there was no breeze and the sun was there. I could only work about 20 minutes at a time. I had to go, I'd work, do what I could, take some stuff off, bring it out to the trailer. I'd have to sit in my truck, crank the AC, and thank God I had my cooler with water and I had a rag and I had to put it on my neck. I've never felt like I was going to have a heat stroke, man. That was crazy. But, yeah, stupid people, crackhead. Yeah, I couldn't. It's a shame because that dude, he was like a good guy. He just had a bad vice, man. And what he did to support that vice, I mean, if he couldn't go make the money, he'd basically be out there stealing. And once I realized what he was doing and how bad it was, I had to cut ties with the dude. I mean, I tried to help him, but if someone doesn't want to help themselves, you'll be pissing into the wind, man. You bought $1,200 generator during hurricane. In 2017, I went to get gas, and within 7 minutes, the generator was stolen. Never got it back. Dag, that sucks, dude. Underground coal mine motors can weigh 7,000 to 14,000 pounds. Dag, that'd be awesome. Yeah, I bet you a lot of that is an impact mill, like a hammer mill. Yeah, I'd like to get a hammer mill. I talked to that dude from Mount Baker Mining and Metal, Jason, on the phone one time. I was gonna buy one of his mills, just the mill without the motor, for like $5,000. But I never really. I was gonna buy it to process small motors, and once I seen the stator wrecker machine, that's the way I was kind of. I kind of want to go that way. Yeah, you can't help someone that doesn't want to help themselves, man. You'll. It's like the dude Chris. Um, God, man, his parents spent so much money sending that dude to rehabs multiple times, and in the end, it didn't matter, you know, and that sucks. A lot of good people lost to, um, addictions and whatnot. What about my current boss? Huh. Someone thinks I talk too much. Oh, man. Maybe we still got 87 people on here. What time is it? I don't know what time it is. It's almost 12 o'clock, man. Holy crap. I thought I was just going to be on here for 2 hours. We're going on almost 4 hours. Did you see the video that I showed of the guy with the super fast hydraulics? Yeah, in the last two live streams, I showed some clips. Did he end up passing away? Yeah, unfortunately, the dude passed away. The guy that flips that trike in the end of my video. Crazy thing is, man, his dad sent him to a rehab, and he was texting me after like a year saying he was doing good, and then out of nowhere, man, I seen these things on Facebook saying, "Oh, I can't believe this happened," blah blah blah. And I looked into it, and he OD'd, man. And it sucks because his little brother OD'd in his father's house. Like, it doesn't matter with that stuff. There's one thing about Florida I really liked, and it is the heat and the humidity doesn't bother me either, but I wish I could have weather like that year round. Most people don't like it. It's really not too bad. There's only like 2 months in the dead of summer where it's like really hot out. But like the most of the time, it's like any other, summer. And then in the winter, it's just beautiful, man. It is. Like I said, I think I've worn pants 2 or 3 times this year. That's it. And you'll see, I think you already seen a video, or there's a video coming up where I got like a long sleeve jacket on. You'll stay as long as I do. I mean, I'll just keep talking until I pass out at the mic. Curious, where do I get most of my wire? I get all of my wire from electrical contractors. I don't buy it from scrap yards. I don't get it from auctions. Um, you know, pretty much all my original customers that I used to buy transformers from. And the crazy thing is, in the beginning, I didn't buy their wire. I never asked them. And I've said this in other live streams, but I always get questions. Oh, you got any advice how to get customers? One thing an electrician told me when I was doing sales calls, he goes, the one thing you don't want to do, which it sounds crazy, but I found a way around it. He goes, the one thing you don't want to do when calling an electrician on the phone, trying to get their business, is tell them you're a recycler, because they get calls all week long from people wanting to buy their scrap, from gypsies trying to buy their breakers. But when they come to look for their breakers, they always pivot into trying to buy their copper wire. People are always trying to buy their copper wire. They get so many calls, so many people. It's one of the hardest things you're going to do is get an electrician as a customer. I've said this many times. One, they've probably already got an established place they sell to. So if you are going to buy their wire, you got to come with a correct price. You got to offer them something that they're not getting elsewhere. It might be something as simple as free pickup, where they don't have, like, my customers love me because I show up. I'm going to pay them as much or more than a scrapyard, and they don't have to load it in their vehicle, go wait in line, risk getting flat tires. I show up at their shop. I'm quick, really fast. I got a good process of getting in and out. They trust me, so they don't even have to sit there and watch me. I want their business. I'm going to make sure that they're getting as much as they deserve. And, it's my customers really like me, but you definitely have to bring something. And along with the transformers, I don't do so much anymore, but I used to offer something else that would pretty much get me in the door. But you definitely don't want to call them and say, hey, this is such and such with such and such recycling. We'd like to give you a price for your copper. They're going to be like, yeah, we get 10 calls a week for people like you. So what I would do is I would call, because you're going to get the secretary most likely. I would call and ask the secretary, hey, do you do lighting maintenance, or do you do what? My favorite thing was to ask them if they did HID lighting maintenance. Most secretaries wouldn't know what that was. They'd be like, oh, I think so. Let me get you to the service manager. And that's the guy you want to talk to. He's the guy that's sending the guys out on the jobs. He knows what material's going out, what material should be coming back in. He can pretty much tell the guys in the field, bring this shit back to the shop, And then once I got on the phone with them, when I told him I was buying ballast and transformers, he's like, man, we've been throwing them away for 20 years. It was like shooting fish in a barrel. It's just getting to that person. But if you called up and said, hey, this is such and such recycling, the secretary, she's going to be like, oh, okay, let me get your name and number. I'll pass it on. They're most likely you're not going to get a call back. Stanley King, great show. Thanks, man. Pulling copper out like it was cotton candy. Oh, that video I showed? Yeah. That guy is as the only other guy to replicate that stuff. I've talked to the dude. That there's another video out there of a guy that built a setup kind of like mine. He didn't go too far into it, but he had a splitter and a puller. When I talked to him and I asked him where he got his idea, he was like, it was a very hard to find video on YouTube I seen years ago, but I can't find it anymore. And I sent them the link, and he goes, "Ah, yes, that's the master." And he was right. That dude is the master at stator wrecking, man. Electric motor recycling. The dude, he is dialed more so than anybody that I've seen, with the most versatile equipment and the speed. And there's some purpose, like I said, there's some nice purpose built machines, but the one thing they're not going to do is them big 1,000-pound motors. Like all the machines that you see that you can buy, like from China, I get people send them to me in the comments and emails all the time. "Oh, I seen this machine, you might like it." Yeah, I like it. It looks cool, and it's good for like a small motor that you can pick up and place it there and move it here. But you're not going to hold a 400-pound motor there with your hand. You're going to have some machines moving it around, and some of them, they're just not set up for big things like that. The system that I'm going for is set up to do small motors to the monsters. Whatever you want to do, it'll accommodate it. Yeah, badass and fast. I wouldn't mind Florida if it didn't have so many storms. It's not bad, man. I've been down here over 20 years, man, and yeah, every once in a while we'll get a hurricane, but it ain't. I mean, it ain't that bad. The flannel jacket I have, like what Grandpa would wear. Yeah, I do have a flannel jacket I wear every once in a while, maybe twice a year. Uh, the storms in South Florida, we have like a real rainy season where it'll rain like almost every day, um, and we get a lot of like little mini tornadoes and twisters. I was working on a high rise building one time. I looked out, I seen three, we call them water spouts, but three like tornadoes in the water. I've seen them out in the Everglades. Well, as a matter of fact, last year we had a bad tornado. I think I showed some pictures of it. It was tearing stuff up out here just west of my shop, man. But overall, it ain't bad. I mean, people come down here to retire, dude. Well, what is bad down here is the traffic. You got a lot of people, old people. Nothing against them, but they get scared easily. Like they'll brake for no reason, or they'll be afraid to merge on the highway. What I learned years ago about merging on the highway down here, man, you got to be aggressive as shit. In my big truck, since I mean, it's got a lot of power and fast. If I'm pulling a trailer, I get on the highway hauling ass, like I'm coming over. And if you can't see my big red truck, man, we got problems. Like I'm merging. I'm coming. I'm passing you and merging at the same time. You don't sit there and try to go slower than traffic and merge. That's how you mess everything up and cause accidents. Now on the Benz and my Mercedes, that thing's supercharged, man. That ain't no problem merging the traffic with that thing. Usually I'll be getting on the highway well into the triple D's. That thing loves the passing gear. I heard you say I don't chop up stuff on my customer site. Nah, I try not to. I try not to inconvenience my customers as um, I try to get there, evaluate what they got, sort it, weigh it, pay them, and get out. I'm not trying to break stuff down. I'm not trying to. They got stuff to do, man. They got to go make money. They got to go get more scrap, in my mind. So I want to get what they got and get out of there as fast as possible, you know. And I always had a thing: never be there more than 30 minutes. You know, I mean, I have some customers, like you'll see I loaded this trailer. I was probably there for an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. I mean, it was a lot of scrap. But they got a big yard. They're there all day. I'm out back. They just have a heap of a pile, and that's pretty much the way it is. But most customers that like where they keep the scrap in their shop or whatever, man, they got stuff to do, dude. You don't want to be there all day. You don't want to be making noise, disrupting their stuff. You want to get in, get out, put money in their pocket, and move on. Make them happy, give them a good experience. Any videos dropping soon? Yeah, I got 5 that are, or the editor edited them, gave me the hard drive back. But before I could drop that, and those are all I need to do is just scrub through them, make sure that there's nothing in there that needs to be cut out, or that they cut out that should be added back in for context, you know, because they're not here. They don't know what's going on. They might think something needs to be cut out, but I think it should be in, which, you know, that's only like 5% of the time. They're pretty good at getting me a finished product. But I have a video I need to spend some time editing before I drop those. Iowa Pyro. Dude, I'm a pyro. I love burning stuff, man, ever since I was a kid. Man, I used to take super soakers, fill them with kerosene or gasoline, and tape a stick with a Zippo at the end, dude. And man, you got an instant flamethrower. You want to talk about fun as a little kid? Holy crap, man. The Italian dude that had the shit dialed in. Yeah, man. Starting out would be hard. Renting a place there is ridiculous, dude. Any type of rental in South Florida right now is just, it's gone insane, man. We had one of our usual summer rainstorms late afternoon. We haven't had, man, I've been waiting for a good rain. We've had a couple of drizzles here and there. What's up, Merchant Metals? Dude, I've been watching you drive that little buggy around that horse farm. It looked like a crap ton of work picking up all that burnt remnants of that building. Rent is very high. Better to have a nice shop from home. Yeah. I used to live out in Loxahatchee. Now I was renting a place. I think it was $2,400 a month for this big 5-bedroom house on like an acre or two. Had a little shed out back. And I had this big press table underneath this big, actually, you know what it was? It was a billboard sign. I had this kid that worked for me, and he worked for a guy that changed billboards. Now, I don't know about the new ones, but the old ones were actually this really thick like tarp, and it had all these hooks and stuff all over it. And what I loved about it is it was thick and black. And like you can go to Home Depot or you go buy a big tarp and you stretch it out, the sun actually still comes through it. These things were so thick, it blocked out 100% of the sun coming through. So you were in true shade. And it was nice, man. It was outside, nice and breezy. I could actually back my truck almost right up to the end of the table and I would pick the transformers out with the crane because the crane was in the back of my truck at the time, and I put them next to the table, run them. Those, and matter of fact, when I lived out there, that was before I got a trailer right before I moved out of there. But my first couple of years of scrapping, I didn't have a trailer. I scrapped right out of the back of my truck because all I did is pick up transformers. I'd go around, hit 4 or 5 customers a day. That F-350 sitting out back, I'd come back squatting, man, anywhere from a ton to 2 tons of transformers. You should have seen when I used to go to the West Coast. I would drive across 75, go all the way up to Fort Myers, and start hitting a bunch of customers, work my way back down to Naples, hit my last customers right there, and then shoot across Alligator Alley. I used to come across the alley squatting, dude. And those were good times, man. When we painted the building in Coral Springs last summer, it rained every day in the evening, and the local stucco repair guy said if we wait for dry days, we will never get work done. Yeah, I used to do this decorative concrete. We would do overlays over top of existing slabs, and then we would actually pour slabs and do stamped concrete. We do spray decking over pools and stuff, and we also did this extruded stuff that came out of this little machine. It was like concrete borders or for flower beds and whatever. When it was rainy season, that was tough, man. We always had plastic on the truck. We would try to cover it up. But if it rained hard enough, it didn't matter how much you covered it up. The rain would just come from underneath and literally wash your concrete away. So sometimes if we knew it was going to rain really bad and we just started laying the stuff down, we'd actually go back out there real quick and shovel it all up, into a wheelbarrow and dump it somewhere so that it didn't, because if the concrete washed out and like leveled out and got over their sidewalk, or sometimes we had dyes in it for different colors, or it came down their driveway, oh man, we'd be in trouble. We'd have to get out there while it was still wet and like try to pressure clean it, and it was just a nightmare, dude. Yeah, in the rainy season, it's tough, man. You got to hustle, and thank God a lot of what I can do, we can do inside the shop. The videos of them tornadoes was awesome. Yeah, that was kind of crazy. That was the first time I ever seen actually tornadoes in South Florida. Merchant Metals. Yeah, how long are you going to be at that horse farm? And what else are they scrapping there? Like, I see there's a lot of buildings there. What's a good way to source brass? Go to a gun range, I guess. I don't know. What else? What industry would use a lot of brass? I get brass randomly. Oh, maybe pool companies. Some of them lights might be stainless, some are brass. I know I get a lot of lights from um, like low voltage lighting guys. Like there's electricians, and then there's low voltage guys that do like landscape lighting. A lot of those lights, matter of fact, I think I have some in the trailer. A lot of those lights are brass or copper. You might want to look into that. I don't know. Um, Whatever. I mean, you can try going to a machine shop if they're machining brass parts, but I don't know who uses a lot of brass like that would be nonstop brass. That's a good question. Like, huh? I don't know. What do you? I mean, what are you looking to source brass, specifically brass for? You and Dusty from Merchant Metals are good people. You guys were raised right. Oh, thank my mom. Yeah, yeah. My mom did. She did a good job. Even though I was a tough, I wasn't always the best child, but a lot of good ass whoopings set me straight. And that's the problem with the world today, man. Parents ain't beating their kids, man. You got to beat your kids, man. If they're out of control. These little kids I see now, man, they all need a good beating. You're editing with a 12-year-old Dell laptop running off a crappy cell signal. Dang. Are you uploading on like hotspotting off of your phone? I've done that a couple times. That's tough, dude. That burns up a lot of data. Scrapping Hood. I love some of these names. What's up, dude? All the way from the UK. That would be wild. Gasoline and super circuit. Yeah, it was wild, dude. How many times I almost burned down the whole backyard? Don't I shouldn't say that. My mom's on here. Frank, you edit all your videos on your iPhone? Dude, I started YouTube. My whole entire first year on YouTube was shot on an iPhone. Shot on the iPhone, edited in iMovie, and uploaded to YouTube right off of the phone. Like, you really don't need. I think who was it? Scrap Farm, that dude from New Jersey on the farm, Scrap Farm. I'm pretty sure he edits or shoots everything on his phone. He was telling me. I remember he said in the comments one time, I just use a phone. It's simpler. I do have a lot of issues with my GoPros, but I'll tell you what, like those GoPros have taken a beating, dude. And um, I think once that was the problem. Why I wind up getting my laptop is I got that first GoPro, and right around when I got that GoPro, you'll notice my videos went from like 10 to 15 minutes to 30, 40 hour long videos because I started shooting more footage. And the phone just couldn't keep up with those, the 4 hours of footage or the hour, whatever the GoPro was having. It just couldn't handle it. You're always learning something from my videos. Thanks, man. I'm glad they helped, dude. Brian T. Have I ever heard from Romatic and Test? He was on the stream earlier, wasn't he? I'm pretty sure he popped in for a minute. I don't know why he stopped making videos. From what I heard, he went over and was doing something with CU scrapping, and then he was down here in Florida somewhere. I don't know, man. He had a Facebook thing going for a while, and then that's it. I don't know where. I don't see him on YouTube anymore. I don't even know if he's on Facebook anymore. I haven't. I'm not even on. I don't go on Facebook that much. Yeah, scrapping hood. You got some LED lights. You did one, you got the process, and then smashed them all out together. That's the way to do it, man. If you're getting a bunch of stuff that's the same, break one down, see what it's going to take to get it, find the easiest method, then lay them all out. Like I learned to do that because a lot of them lights, man, you might have 5, 6 different processes that you got to do to get it clean enough to sell. And if you got 50 lights, if you sit there and you're doing one at a time, picking this up, man, you're going to be there all day. Just line them up and do one, because then you get into like a repetitive, and then you get better and better. By the time you get halfway through, you're cooking, you know? And yeah, the problem with the LED lights is, man, you're not going to pull much copper, if any at all. It sucks. I have that issue. Although most of the LEDs are a heavy cast aluminum or even extruded. Wait till you see some of the lights I picked up the other day, man. Tons of extrusions. Years ago, you lived in Pahokee for a while. It was like living on another planet. Really poor planet. Pahokee's out in the middle of nowhere, dude. Yeah. Mason said you have to go visit Frank in Florida. Is that your dog, Mason? I like that little dog you got, Merchant Metals. I'm a dog person, man. It's been a while. Like, both my dogs passed away right before I started YouTube. I had some beautiful pit bulls, man. Very well behaved, trained off leash pit bulls. I mean, they were raised in Deerfield Beach. Where I lived in Deerfield. It was Deerfield Beach. I lived a block away from Boca, where it was all multi-million-dollar mansions. Like Cher lived within 5 minutes walking distance of my house. My dog used to poop in her front yard, you know? Just big money. So I always made sure my dogs were well behaved. I had beautiful, big, big block gator head pit bulls. They used to ride around picking up scrap with me. I used to take them cutting concrete. Man, I used to bring my big black pit bull out on the job sites with me. Now, a lot of times down here in South Florida, you're with some good old boys. They didn't really care. But some of them workers, I'd get out of my truck and I'd have my big pit bull. And, you know, he was big, monster head, black, big, giant leather spike collar, looked vicious. But he was a sweetheart, man. All he wanted was pets and food. He'd get out, man, and you know, most of the time, man, if there was black people out there, they would run. I worked with a black guy one time, and he pushed me and a Mexican out of the way, just like plowed right through us and hopped the fence because some old man was down the street walking a old black lab. And I'm like, man, what the heck are you doing? He goes, man, you see that guy? He got his dog off leash. And I looked and I'm like, man, that dog could barely get out of its own way. Why are you running? But, and not just black people were afraid of him. I mean, he was an intimidating looking dog if you didn't know him. It was always fun. Like, and I had him trained. They wouldn't jump out of the truck. So I'd pull up somewhere, leave my truck running with all the windows down. And he'd be posted up in the window, just watching me. And people wouldn't come out of the store. Although it was crazy. Some people were petrified. And then one day I come out and this lady, she's got her baby, like a 2-year-old kid, like pushed up in my dog's face, like shoving an ice cream cone, you know, like feeding my dog ice cream. And I'm like, you know, I know my dog's not going to bite the kid, but like that lady wasn't very smart to just bring her dog up to some random pit bull like that, or bring her kid up to a random pit bull. Yeah, Silverlicious, efficiency is the name of the game in scrap. Yeah, the scrap. See, the thing with scrap, man, it's only worth so much. It's not like an hourly job where you spend more hours working, you're going to get paid more. Man, you spend more hours messing with scrap, you're getting paid less. CNC shops are a great source of brass, scrap in general, yeah. Union plumbers. I don't think I've ever had a plumber as a customer. Brass is the next best thing to copper, and it weighs more than iron. I think people are sleeping on it. I mean, I always, whenever I see brass, oh, what else I was going to think? Every once in a while, I'll get an electric motor. Oh, you know who has brass and stainless? Is, well, down here, we have a lot of boat repair places. Brass, stainless steel. I used to get a lot of ice makers that had tons of brass and copper in them. But I just got from a guy it was a motor, an electric motor, and a pump, and the pump was brass, but both sides of the electric motor, which are normally like cast aluminum, they were brass. It was actually like a nice high end thing. Scrap Farm does everything on his phone, no computer. Yeah. What do I think about the new African car that produces energy from radio waves in the air? It looks legit. So that, I mean, that goes back to Nikola Tesla. Um, there are reports of him modifying a car and driving around town at like 80 miles an hour off of free atmospheric energy. I think it's totally viable, and I think it was a technology that was here that was taken, hidden from us, and there's a lot of evidence, so much evidence. Matter of fact, I need to get back on my other channel where we could talk some shit on Rumble, where we don't have to worry about what's happening over here on YouTube. Because that's one thing as a child, when I worked in the restoration shop, I remember talking with the dude. We were talking about windmill and solar panels, and I'll never forget. And this is something that I literally think about every day for the past 25 years, 30 years. He said to me, there's a way to get energy from the air. I think he might have said atmosphere. He goes, there's a way to get free energy from the air, and it has nothing to do with solar. We just haven't figured out the antenna yet. And the way he said it makes me think like he knew about it, or he knew something about it. I mean, the guy was really smart, built his own computer stuff, like literally computer boards and stuff like that. But he was the first person to ever tell me about like Nikola Tesla. And I thought about what he said about we haven't figured out the antenna. And I've been thinking about that for years, man. And how Tesla, his Wardenclyffe Tower, had, most people don't know this, but it had not only was it a tower up in the air, but it had a 100-foot ground rod into the earth. And the earth being like a negative, and the atmosphere being like a positive, he was like creating a battery. He knew it was up. And I don't think Tesla actually, if you look into Tesla, as many patents as that dude had, like a guy broke it down, he would have had to pump out like 2 patents a day for years. And it's just impossible. So one, he might not even have been a real person. Two, he didn't invent all of those things. He just reverse engineered technology that was already here. It's very funny. There's a channel you should look into called My Lunch Break. Very interesting stuff. But when you hear things about towns that were founded, not built or whatever, they were founded, they might literally mean they were found and people just moved in. Like almost these towns might have already been here. Very interesting stuff. Once you go down that rabbit hole, it's like it'll blow your mind. But there was definitely something going on and technology that was here that was look at the electric car. There was in the late 1800s, they had electric trucks delivering all the goods. They had electric cars and charging stations. Now all of a sudden you have like Tesla, like it's some new thing. No, man, that's 120-year-old technology that they're now just dribbling back to us. What else are they dribbling back to you that was already here? Yeah, my mom knew I was a pyro. Yeah, we had some awesome bonfires. My mom used to have these awesome parties for her birthday. My stepfather had a band, and people would come camp in the back. They have big property, so people would come camp, and we had a bonfire that burned pretty much all night. It was like a pyro's dream. How hard is it to get all the equipment you need to scrap? I mean, it really depends on what type of scrap you want to do, man. Um, Everything that I have, I've accumulated over a 15-year scrap journey. It's not like I went out and bought it all at once. I mean, some of the stuff that I have, you can't even buy. You'd have to literally make it or pay someone to make it. So, um, Mason was raised by two pit bulls. Pits are great dogs. Yeah. I researched a lot into pit bulls when I had them. One thing people don't know, and it's kind of hard to believe, that pit bulls were probably one of the only dogs ever bred not to bite people. If you get a proper pit bull, all they want to do is please their master. Okay. And a pit bull, you know, if, and unfortunately, if it thinks that you want it to be aggressive and mean, it's going to be one of the most aggressive and mean dogs you've ever seen. But if you raise it right, just like any animal, really, if you raise it right, take care of it, socialize it, walk it. It's one thing about any dog, really, especially high energy dogs. If you don't walk it or um, burn off the energy, it's going to be hyper and be going crazy, man. I used to run my dogs on a skateboard. Um, Matter of fact, I had the baddest skateboard you ever seen. I'd run all three. I had three pit bulls at one point because I bred my dog and I kept a puppy. I'd run all three of them. I had them trained to pull me around town on my skateboard. Do I have any pictures of them on my phone? My dogs? Man, I have a laptop and a phone that I can't get into. I have tons of pictures of my dogs, man. And man, if I can get on my laptop, I have my original oil processor. The first oil processor I built in my first shop when I was burning waste oil in my truck. This thing was like 2 stories tall, big tanks, filters, heating element. Like my neighbors thought I was going to level the block one day with all the mad scientist shit I had going on in there. I should have started a YouTube when I got my first shop. You guys would have been blown away by the stuff I was doing in there. I had like time and money to do stuff. It was like just a learning process and building building this whole table. I built this table literally from ground up from scraps I found, I-beams and 2x4 steel and the presses, and it was an incredible journey. The Copper King is in here. What? What's up, dude? There's a bunch of people on YouTube named the Copper King. Yellow brass. How much is brass paying? You said says I'm not sure how much grass is paying right now. It sounds like an old weed term. Mid-Atlantic region between $1.80 a pound to $2.15 a pound on yellow brass. Yellow brass, I think red brass is actually worth more. I want to say the 215, 220, 2. I mean, it might be more right now, but I know I'm pretty sure it's over $2 a pound in South Florida. Yeah, the other channel. Yeah, we need to get that going, man. We can be over there talking all kinds of shit. Thanks for stopping by, Shannon. I just got done watching one of my videos on Rumble. Really? I didn't know anybody went over there and found them videos. Let me know what you thought of it. I brought receipts with all those videos. It's not like I was just there talking crap. And I think that's why I had to take that whole channel off of YouTube because I got banned. I mean, there's one video that I couldn't even put back up. And then I'm pretty sure they were throttling me hard because it was the same name linked to these two channels. Elon Musk has open patents for the good of humanity to use. Patents on what? So there's something about Elon. Like, I think he's doing good, but there's a couple things that are off about that dude. When it comes to his rockets and the Starlink, and it's just not. If you actually look into it, it's not what you think it is. Elon Musk is not real. He's an android just like Zachary. Talking about Zuckerberg. Have you ever seen that video? And someone put some like robotic sounds to it of Zuckerberg testifying in front of Congress or something. And like all these reporters are around him. It was really weird how there were so many people around him taking pictures. Like, it really didn't seem like a big deal that you would need that many people taking pictures, but it literally looked like a robot up there talking. You remember 2 years ago, me on a 3-way call with bro. I had a semi-trailer filled to the floor to ceiling with heavy copper wire. I stripped all of it for a farmer and made $20K. Dag, dude. Nice. Why would a farmer have that much copper? You started with almost nothing, Thomas. Just junk pickup and hand tools. Man, that's all you need, dude. Farmer made over 80K. That's a lot of copper, man. Joe Rogan is the real deal. I you know, I look at Joe Rogan like Alex Jones. I think they're like gatekeepers. They're gonna tell you a lot of stuff and bring a lot of stuff out in the open, but um, there's a funny thing about Joe Rogan. What he was doing right before he got his multi-million-dollar Spotify deal and became the biggest podcaster, he was saying some things, and then he got that deal, had certain people on his channel when he came back, and then totally changed his tune. He used to, he's friends with this dude Eddie Bravo, and Eddie calls him out on it, and it's just funny how you get a deal and you change your tune on something where there's so much evidence. But I mean, I like Joe Rogan. I see him all the time. He has some interesting stuff going on. Oh, my mom remembers my skateboard. I don't remember anyone. I don't remember. Do I still have the Yamaha Banshee four-wheeler? You always been a fan of the 80s and 90s racing four-wheelers, and got a couple of 87 Honda 250Rs that I've had forever. Yeah, them 250Rs had like the perfect geometry, man. Yeah, I still got my band. I'll have that thing forever, dude. I've got, what I trade that thing? I traded a Mini 14 223 assault rifle, and a nice, I regret doing this, a nice stainless steel SIG P220, like the same SIG right here, but it was like all stainless up. The whole thing was stainless, and it had ribs and whatnot on it. Really just top notch. It was an SVT. I actually got it at a gun. I was at a gun show looking at P220s in like a glass case that had threads on the barrel for silencers, right? And I'm looking at these guns, and this little old man is standing next to me, and he goes, "Oh, you like them guns?" I'm like, "Yeah, I got one." He goes, "Well, I forget what he said, but he basically goes, I got a stainless steel version of that gun. I got it out in my car for sale, $600." And I had just paid, like, at the time, this is years ago, I paid like $800 for mine. And I'm like, yeah, okay, let me go see it. Now, I go look at it. As soon as I see it, I'm like, wow, this thing's badass. I was like, I had to run to the bank. I only had like $400 or $500. I had to go to the ATM and get some cash. So I come back, and the guy gave me his phone number or whatever. So I call him. He's like, "Oh, meet me over here." And it was so crazy. It was kind of like shady. He met me like in this little alley, and he sold me a gun outside the gun show, right? And then the guy goes, "Hey, man, if you have any problems, here's my card." The dude was a Supreme Court judge, little old guy, and he sold me this freaking badass 45 SIG in the alley behind the gun shop, gun show, man. It was crazy. Um, But yeah, I do have my Banshee. It's a originally they were 350 cc's. Mine's a 421 stroker, Cheetah Cub, completely built motor. After trade, I didn't pay any cash for the bike. I got it. It was in like the guy had flipped it, broke his collarbone, and I put about $10,000 almost in that thing. Everything that was bent was fixed. All new rims, tires, axles, bearings, and a lot of money in the motor. That thing's a ripper. Runs off of 112 octane race fuel, and that's not even. I can change the domes. I got a cool head. I can change the domes, either run it on alcohol or run it on 116 octane VP racing fuel. And that thing's right now, it's pumping out about 93 horsepower. It's been a long time since I rode that thing. I was just looking at that. I was in that bay the other day. It's just another project I got. I got tons of brand new parts for that thing sitting on the shelf. All right, so much stuff to do, man. Oh, I did the reading "If I Was the Devil" by Paul Harvey. Yeah, yeah, that was a good one, man. There was one video. I think it was the guy, some guy that like he was like an Illuminati guy or something. He was exposing agenda. I did a reading of their plan of what they would do. It was kind of like if I were the devil, but it was this basically exactly what's going on in the world now. When I went to transfer, whatever reason, I didn't download it or I erased the footage before I got it to Rumble. It's the only video that didn't make it over. What's up, in you Hunter something? I don't know. I probably butchered your name, dude. But what's happening, dude? Coming in at 12. Is it 12:40 already? Man, I gotta end this stream. Let me answer the rest of these questions. We're gonna have to wrap it up. I can't believe there's still people here watching. Um, there's a recent video from E-Waste Ben. He scrapped out a Starlink, 99% plastic inside and just a couple of small circuits, $20 to make, and sells for about 500 plus monthly. That's crazy, dude. Dag. That's crazy, man. Yeah, Starlink, if you look into that, that's not what you think. Uh, what's my Rumble? It's the Free Human Project. And I started that because of a journey I'm trying to go down, basically become a free human, man. There's a lot of stuff that you're not taught in school, and what is really going on in the world. Like it's tough, dude. Knowing knowing what's actually going on and having to sit here and live the life that we're all living. It's tough, man. I could definitely tell your Banshee had engine work in the video. Yeah, I seen at the end of them the clips, and it was like that. Damn thing was running good. Yeah, I mean that thing will pull wheelies in sixth gear. The guy that built that for me builds like Aprilia race bikes. I think it's like an Italian race bike. They're really high end super bikes kind of thing. Basically, when I blew that motor up, he was just about he got a dyno, a motorcycle dyno from Harley Davidson, and at the time I was still kind of cutting concrete, and he needed a big hole cut and poured, like I dug down 3 or 4 feet and poured a big giant thing with rebar and everything to recess the dyno into the ground and then build the dyno room, the soundproof room with the evac. I did all the cutting, the pouring, and helped them build, assemble and extend the dyno room, in lieu of, basically, we bartered. I did all that work. He completely tore down my bike. Um, he took the motor out and whatnot. He gave me back the roller. There's actually video somewhere in my first shop of me hanging all the parts of that bike up on an I-beam I had in my shop. Like that frame and everything, that was literally a nut and bolt restoration. Everything was taken down, clean, painted, and put back together with new bushings, bearings, and a badass motor. Joseph Valenti. I wish you can show you mine. A Glock 21 is your carry. Big boy 45 caliber. Ha! Oliver got a Glock. I think he's got a Glock 17 or something. It's a 9mm. I mean, it seems like a nice gun, but I'm not a fan of guns with plastic parts and plastic bottoms. Like my SIG, the whole bottom of my SIG is aluminum. The whole handle is aluminum. My 50 cal Desert Eagle is all steel. Like, I feel like, if it came down to some like hand-to-hand combat, I could pistol whip the shit out of somebody and not worry about the handle breaking. Um, but I mean, all the police run Glocks, I think, so they got to be good. Aren't Glocks made in like Australia or something? I know all the brothers in the hoods love them Glocks, and they put them switches on them. Those guys are crazy, man. Good morning from Sweden. Dag. I noticed I missed the live where your shotgun was on something. I've seen the pistols and the AR. Well, the shotgun's right here, man. I mean, usually I got one or two things always. This is a Mossberg 500 Flex with the door breaching barrel. See that? I have somewhere a video of me putting this thing on logs and splitting logs with it. And why they call this a Flex is if you push this button here, this thing will pop off like relatively easy. And you can put like full wood furniture on here. You can take the barrel off, and then you can pop this up right here and pull the end off and put a full stock on it. You can put a folding stock on it. That's why they call it a Flex, because you could turn this into a hunting rifle, a tactical rifle. I got it set up for the door breacher. This is just something it's easy to have around the shop. Throw it around, keep it, it kind of blends in. Like if you walked in here, you'd probably walk by 2 or 3 guns and not even know it. I'm in here by myself a lot, and then, I like to keep something with some rounds in it. Yeah, I've always been a big proponent that everybody, every family, every household should have 3 guns minimum: a handgun, a shotgun, and a rifle. All different applications. Handgun for daily carry, shotgun for either like hunting or in-home defense, and a rifle if you got to defend, or if you want to do some long range stuff. um, Damn, people are getting ready for work. I gotta bring in a bunch of scrap. After a few dumpster dives, you hit some dumpsters on the way to work. And that dude Brian that used to work for me, I was always amazed at what that dude could pull out of a dumpster. Um, Both of your Hondas need new bushings and bearings. Oh, that's one thing I have said. Your Honda is known for breaking the engine cover. I actually have I think it's called a case saver. I bought. I need to install on my thing. It's like this thing that won't let the chain get up in there and bind up. Um, Glocks are made in Australia, over in the Eastern Europe where Arnold's working. Austria. Okay, not Australia. Austria. Man, doesn't isn't Australia like they made everybody turn in their guns? That's crazy, man. You get most of your scrap from not dumpsters. Yeah, man. I I've jumped in a couple dumpsters a couple times. I've seen it was just couldn't pass it by. But like actually getting out there and like going to seek dumpsters, like one, I never needed to do that because I had a customer base where I was getting a high value product, and I just didn't see it like as a viable, like, okay, this is going to pay my bills. And then on the other side of that too, because I always had you know a high value product that I was getting consistently, I would turn down, even on my own street, all the stuff people push out. Like when I lived on the island in Deerfield, man, you wouldn't believe the stuff people push out to the curb. Bicycles, high end bikes, aluminum bikes, lawnmowers, fridges, AC units, all that stuff. I would I would never stop and pick that stuff up. Not that I thought I was above it or anything like that. It's just I knew there was a bunch of scrappers that drove by my neighborhood, and like I always wondered how they could make money doing that. So I'm like, man, someone needs that stuff more than, even though I'd be driving by it with my truck with an empty bed, it wouldn't take nothing for me to jump out and throw it in the back. I knew that there was someone that drove around all day. One, they knew when bulk trash was, like if you know the towns and when the bulk trash is, there's people that religiously would drive around to go pick that stuff up. And I'm like, yeah, man, I'm not going to step. There's enough people out there. Oh, there's a cat walking through the shop. Um, I'm not going to take that money from them. I didn't need it. They needed it more than me. Glocks are the shit. Take care, scrapping on the fly. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, it is amazing what people throw out, dude. And they got over in Australia, you can just pick up a snake or spider and whip it at someone. Australia went totally YouTube on people. The Arabs don't want you touching their dumpsters. That might be because they're throwing away. They might be throwing away food that you would otherwise buy from their store. So Brian, he knew when to go to like Winn-Dixie. Um, like he would go there and get steaks, pork chops, big rack of ribs. You know, it's like one day out of date or something. They throw it out, man. He'd go over there and just, he had a bicycle with a hand cart tied to the, like he had it strapped to the seat somehow. And he had these big baskets on it. And he'd drive around and go dumpster diving. And I mean, I guess that's how he supported his habits. Dumpster diving in Michigan is pretty good. I target companies that are going bankrupt. Dang. That's where Brian was from, Michigan, I think. But yeah, he would get man, he would get all kinds of stuff. Crazy. Speaking of bicycles, I have a 1985 Diamondback all chromoly 20-inch BMX bike that I had since it was new and never been ridden, and I'm selling it soon, and it looks new, even the brake pads. Dang, dude. 1985. I had, it must have been mid-90s. I busted my ass for this bike. I bought a brand new Diamondback Reactor Pro, all aluminum frame. It was badass. It had the bottom frame was like square tube, and I paid like $550 for that bike. That's probably why my knees and my back hurts now, dude, because I trashed myself hitting jumps, and I used to be able to count telephone poles riding wheelies. That's how far I could ride a wheelie on that bike. But I used to do all kinds of crazy jumps and tricks, and I jumped a hill so big one time, I literally snapped the gooseneck that holds the handlebars. I just snapped it off. The thing came and hit me in the chest. I got all trashed, dude. Publix and Winn-Dixie here donate a lot of food to banks. You know what? I think right around the corner there's like a I don't know if it's makeshift, but it's some type of church thing. And when I first moved in here, I went over there. I was like driving by to go to the dumpster to dump some trash, and there was all these tables set out front, and they were giving away free food. So I walked over there, and they're like, "Oh, here." They just started handing me pies and cookies and cakes and canned good. Like I walked away with a whole bag full of free food, and it was all from Publix. Yeah, I've seen that, man. Matter of fact, I need to go see if they still got that. Man, I need some free food. As expensive as everything is today, I'm all about some free food, man. We split the cost of that bike. I remember like putting it on layaway or payment plans. Man, I was so excited to get that bike. Curbside junkies are the dumpster dive kings on YouTube. Dang. Man, there's a lot of down here, like there's a lot of industrial warehouse complexes. Like this dumpster over where that comes with my warehouse. You know, I go over there and dump my trash. I mean, I've pulled out tons of auto parts. Like, I didn't jump down in the dumpster, but I mean, if I can reach in and grab a bunch of metal and aluminum parts, just whip it in the back of my truck, I have done it many times over there. People throw so much scrap in them dumpsters. Like, if I was looking to do that, I could probably go over there every day and pull something out of it. But I mean, I don't go looking for that. But if I'm over there and I'm throwing my trash and there's like a whole pile of brake rotors and aluminum A-arms for cars sitting there, yeah, I'm gonna throw it in. Man, I pulled out a bunch of extension cords one day, a whole bunch of brand new what is that Cat 5 wire, solid as number 2 insulated. I mean, if it's there and it's easy, yeah, but I'm not gonna physically jump in the dumpster. And that's what Brian used to always tell me. He goes, man, you got to get in the dumpster and open every bag. He would find jewelry, gold rings, necklaces. He found a gun. Matter of fact, I thought I had it hanging on the wall here forever. Here's a dumpster gun. I don't know what it is, but there are rounds in the chamber or in the clip. It's definitely got some pit in. I have no idea what this is, but this was found in a dumpster. I think there's a round in the chamber. I think I had my buddy who's like a gunsmith look at it. He put like a bore scope down it. But this thing been hanging on the wall. Matter of fact, this has been in all of my shops. This gun's been around for like 15 years. Oh, Colt 380 auto. Okay. Yeah, man. You be finding the weirdest stuff in the dumpsters, man. Well, being that it's like 1 o'clock in the morning and we're on a 5-hour stream that I was only intended to be like a 2-hour stream, I'm gonna have to wrap this up here. Let me just check these questions real quick, and then we're gonna get out of here. I gotta get something to eat and something to drink. Yeah, my Diamondback was never rode because I had a 3-wheeler and 4-wheeler back at the same time, and I just wanted the bike because all my friends had them. And my uncle bought it and paid over $300. Wow, dude, there's a couple. I think they're on Instagram, or I'm pretty sure the dude was on Instagram or Facebook. It's like literally those bikes from the 80s. Like he redoes them or gets them. They're like mint condition, nice looking bikes from the 80s. Like, I love those late 80s, early 90s 20-inch, the BMXs, the freestyle bikes. Nowadays, man, everything is so like fake and gay, man. It's just everything's like watered down. It's just not as cool as it was back in the day. You take 500 cash because you're definitely too old to be trying to ride it. Hey, someone, you might want to look into that guy. Look on Instagram. There's like 2 channels. The guy's just got mint bikes, dude. He restores them, but he might offer you some money for it. Yeah, another 5-hour live. It wasn't intentional, man. I just wanted to get on here, show you guys how to strip that burnt copper wire real quick and run that aluminum because I wasn't going to get a video up today. Someone probably held up a Circle K with it. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you all for stopping by. Thank you for the guy that I fixed my camera. I buffed the crap out of the lens. It doesn't have that smudge right in the middle anymore. Anyway, thank you all for coming by. It's 7 a.m. in Switzerland. Damn, dude. Let's go scrapping. Well, yeah, I'm going to wrap it up. I'm just going to bring everything inside real quick and go find something to eat and take a shower and crash, dude. I've been hustling. Man, I was so sore this morning or yesterday and this morning from loading 2 trailers. Oh my God, literally tons of scrap, which you guys will see coming up here soon. So thank you all for coming by. Thanks, Silverlicious, for stopping by, moderating, keeping it safe in the chats. Thank you, Mom, for coming by. For the boss, made a brief appearance. The 2 people that made the donations, or 3 people, I really appreciate that. Naples Frank, thanks for sending me the cool clamps. And thank you just for everybody that watched the stream, man. I appreciate you coming by. I hope you learned something. I really enjoy talking with you all guys, especially it always blows my mind the people from other countries that we get to talk to and chat with. It's really cool. So yeah, thanks for the 5 hour. Merchant Metals, thanks for coming by, dude. I've been watching your videos, man. I love your setup, dude. Your truck and your trailer with a little buggy, man. It's if you guys haven't seen Merchant Metals, go check out his channel. He's really got some cool stuff going on. Got him. I watched where you broke your crane. That was kind of sketch. I was gonna leave a comment. You need to get yourself a pulley block or something. You can get double the power. Just be careful with that, dude, because them wires can be dangerous coming back. But definitely a nice setup. You should go check them out. I'm excited to see what else you get out of that place because it's a pretty cool deal you got going on. But the Booze Traveler, thanks for coming by. Joseph, all you guys, Speedster Vlog, Joseph. Sorry if I missed your name, but I'm kind of getting delirious now. It's time to go get some food. So I'm going to end it here. Thanks for coming by. I'll try to have a video up in the next day. And then once I edit this one, I've got 5 that I can just drop like every other day. I'll try to spread it out a little bit so I'm not burning through all my footage. But I got some really cool stuff coming up. And what I did today, you're going to like that. And what I got coming up. So we always got something going on over here. But yeah, one thing I want to leave you off of, I am actually looking for some like local part-time help. I mean, I don't know how it's going to work out. My schedule's so sporadic. It's hard to be locked down to a schedule, but I'm just putting that out there. Other than that, thank you all. Have a great night, a good morning, have a great day for people that are just waking up, and we'll see you on the next one.